Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council for Wednesday, September 6th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the Women's Club and on Zoom. And we're also holding concurrently a special meeting of the Town Council, which will address that one agenda item shortly. And before we begin here, can I get can we do a roll call vote first and then do the pledge?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman. Did I say it? Yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Hellman.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Blash.
Here.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Present. Okay, if you could all rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we've done the roll call. So can I get an approval of the agenda? And just before we do the approval, I'd like to take this special meeting item before the other regular agenda items. So after public open time, I'd like to do the special meeting item if that's okay. And then could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move that. Second.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Hellman. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Ayes all.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I will now read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain standards of tolerance and civility. Please put your cell phones on vibrate or silent mode. And I will also share that the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any items not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend that rule. I hope we don't have to get to 11:30 this evening. So a goal. And announcement coming out of our closed session. So we did have a closed session on August 29th. And the action that was taken in the closed session is that the town council voted to establish a subcommittee consisting of myself and Vice Mayor Barbara Kohler to explore the feasibility of the acquisition of the Wall property and to move forward in acquiring an appraisal and a preliminary geotechnical report for the property. There will be an item later this evening related to that as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And I would note that vote was unanimous.
Yes. Unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Announcements. Heather, do you mind doing the introduction of our new Planning and Building Services Director?
With pleasure. So this is Jeff Beiswinger, and he's our new Planning and Building Services Director. And although he's only been here under 2 weeks, he has already made his mark on Fairfax and has been getting a lot done on the housing element as well as other outstanding projects. So we're very glad to have him. He has a long history of experience in the planning field, most recently spending 10 years as the planning manager in Rohnert Park.
Great. I'm really happy to be here. So, and I'll go all the way back to when I was born. No, I'm only partially joking. Actually, I spent the first 3 years of my life at the Michigan Science School, where my parents were getting their PhDs. And then I grew up in Laramie, Wyoming, where my dad was a professor as an environmental education professor. And so he's a great inspiration to me because if you can teach environmental education to cowboys, that is probably the toughest job in the world. So every other job is easy compared to that. But then I just wanted to point that out because I think I have a strong environmental ethic, and then I also have to combine that with the architecture. And so I kind of have this belief system that, it's okay to build things, but you want to have as light a touch on the land as possible, which is kind of one of the things I appreciate about Fairfax. Is I've kind of reviewed your general plan and your zoning ordinance, and it seems that you kind of have that same spirit.
Can I just interrupt you? You have to get a lot closer to the mic.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not
Yes.
sure that people could hear, but go on.
Okay. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. So I'm really happy to be here. I'm excited to work on all of these exciting projects.
Excellent. Well, we're welcome aboard. We're happy to have you, and feels good to have a full management staff filled here, a team officially assembled. And so we'll get to work. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Next on announcements, just wanted to give a special thanks to 3 of our volunteer board members for their service: George Geo Taylor, Sam Silverstein, and Iris Waskow. And we have certificates of appreciation for them that I've signed. I don't know if any of them are in the audience, so we'll just make sure we can mail those to them or coordinate a drop off with them and thank them for their service. Next is announcement about town picnic, Sunday, September 17th at Contrati Field, starting at noon. I know that the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce is looking for volunteers to help with the picnic, and there are lots of opportunities to support some of our town committees with tabling and things like that. So definitely reach out to town staff or one of us to figure out how you can get involved. It'll be really fun. Next is the Art Walk, Friday, September 29th at participating businesses in downtown Fairfax, 5:30 to 9 p.m. This is always like one of the most epic events in Fairfax, and we're so happy coming out of the pandemic that we're able to host this again for the Ross Valley and for the folks in Fairfax. So be sure to stop down Friday, September 29th. For other events and things going on in town, please sign up for the town newsletter. More information to come. Any other announcements from colleagues? Okay, great. At this time, we'll move to open time for public expression. This is for items or matters that are not on the agenda. So all comments are limited to 2 minutes. Council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature. If there are still hands raised after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. And what I'll like to do is try to do 15 minutes of open time for folks in the room, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom for the other 15 minutes. So if you can keep your comments to under 2 minutes, that would be excellent, so we can get through as many folks as possible for unagendized items, and we can move to the agendized business for the evening. You'll keep time up here, okay? And I'll just keep general time of the full 30 minutes as well. Okay, I'm just gonna put like a full-on clock. Okay, so with that, we will open time for public expression, please.
Good evening. I'm Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, and I'm here to talk about climate change. Imagine that. Mostly, I want to thank you all, Mayor, Town Council members, and town staff for your unwavering support for the town's aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals. I think nearly all of you showed up, and the town financially supported the very first electric vehicle and e-bike show in Fairfax on the August 27th by the post office. It was a huge success. Last month, you passed the proclamation in support of bi-directional EVs and charging equipment for the town fleet, which was the first in the state. You also supported, as a partner with 350 Marin, a grant application to the California Coalition for Clean Air for a youth poster contest. And last night we learned that we were awarded the grant. So between now and September 30th, we at 350marin.org will be accepting posters that draw attention to Clean Air Day on October 4th that are designed by local high school students, 5 of whom will win $200 each for their 8.5 by 11 poster. So I have further info in the back if people are interested in spreading the word about that. And finally, I just want to thank you and our library for supporting an event that's coming up next Thursday, the 13th at 6:30 at the library. The group Quit Carbon will be presenting how you can make your home healthier and more energy efficient through electrification, including information on rebates. So this is the direction we need to go in order to bring down greenhouse gases and tackle climate change. And I want to thank you for your leadership, again, council and staff and the community. This is the direction we need to go in for which Fairfax is known countywide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Okay. I'm Sheila Neal McNeil, and I'm here tonight because I'm a senior on Social Security retirement who's just received a 3-day eviction notice from the manager where I live because my co-tenant, where I had been sharing a 2-bedroom apartment for the last 6 years, gave notice to the manager that they were leaving at the end of November, but they didn't tell me. So I was put in the position of possibly becoming homeless quickly, and but he hasn't proceeded with the 3-day eviction. However, 2 days ago, he left an envelope outside my door saying that now there's going to be a rent increase of $100, which I can't afford that either. So the manager hadn't been told when I moved in, and so I was not on the lease, but my co-tenant was on the lease, and so I asked the manager when I found that out, if he would put me on the lease right after that, and he said no. And now I've been told by a lawyer friend that you can't be given a 3-day eviction if you're not in the lease. So now I'm trying to get legal help.
Thank you, Sheila.
Pose a question what they could possibly do to help you. This is actually one of our citizens for 40 years, and she's up here to tell you how difficult it's been and solicit a question. I'm sorry. She's been a citizen here for 40 years. I've written you about this. Okay. She's been a citizen here for 40 years. I've written you all about this, and she's here to tell you a real life story and ask how the draconian laws of extra rent can possibly help her so she can maintain her home and not be homeless. And I realize you guys have the option, and sometimes you do, and it's not binding, but if you could possibly opine and offer her some solutions, and I'm sure the community would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And
Thank you.
thank you, Sheila.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff and citizens of Fairfax. I am one of your representatives for the Ross Valley Sanitary District. I have another positive message. We currently have just passed another ordinance at the district for septic tanks. I've had some calls here and there from the town folk on what to do. They're very expensive to replace. They're not good for the environment. And what happens is when they start to age is when it's the time to take them out. And recently in my neighborhood, I had a leaking tank for almost 20 years, and it just was recently caught. So we are now giving citizens, you have to fill out an application, $50,000, a low interest loan. So you might want to pass that on. There are about 86 septic tanks in the county, probably more. And I did a little research with Heather too, and found out there's 26, I believe, in town that are current, and the county does track them. So there you go.
Thank you very much. And Heather, will we be able to link to that in future newsletters, that funding opportunity, or?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, my name's Matt Butler. I live in San Rafael. I've been dealing with California's homeless crisis for 30 plus years. I'm here to talk about the Wall property and California's humanitarian disaster, which is caused by California's war on housing. A few numbers I think you ought to be aware of. 1/4 of the homeless population in the United States is in California. The homeless population in the Bay Area is increasing by 5% annually. 1 in 5 Californians are so housing stressed, they must rely on food banks to feed themselves. And 17 million people in California are renters who will never be able to save enough money for a down payment on a house and own one. It's a humanitarian disaster. And it's caused by a war on housing, which you are continuing to wage by locking a piece of property up as open space while people sleep on the streets. No society that deprives its citizens of housing will survive. Civilizations have crumbled and countries have fallen apart for thousands of years when the few don't give equal rights to the many. The final line of our little Pledge of Allegiance here, liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice includes housing for all. It's not a privilege to be granted by a capricious government. It is a right for all. So let's build some housing on the Wall property and end this war on housing. We're only about 50 years late.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Philip Salaberry, Scenic Road. I have two things for you tonight. One is I'm very happy that Scenic Road is being repaved. And I would like to suggest that we put some speed bumps in there because people fly down that street at 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. I've seen it. And it's the time to do it while they're going to be paving anyway. I'm sure the fire department will have something to say about it, but I think if you guys get on it right now, we can have them add another half load of asphalt and put in a couple of speed bumps. Second thing I wanted to mention, which I mentioned to you, Mr. Mayor, at the Q&A you had at the farmer's market, we need to make sure that there is that none of the campers out here behind the shed are using town electricity. And nothing should be attached to the shed by anybody for two reasons. One is if I can't do it, why should anybody else? That's the first one. Second reason is if anybody gets hurt over there, something falls on them that's attached to the shed, they can sue the city. Do we need or want another lawsuit against the town? If somebody gets electrocuted there, I guarantee you there'll be a lawyer out there at City Hall in no time flat looking to sue the city. Anything that's attached there, and if there's any electricity being taken, it should be removed immediately. Third point on the encampment over there, there's no reason, no good reason that I can see why cameras should not be installed there. If this way the police can monitor from the station, and if they see any illegal activity, they can walk over there and take care of it. Seems reasonable. I can't break the law in the park. I don't think anybody else should be able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. My name is Dave Caduto. I'm here.
Dave, could you move the mic a little bit closer?
Sure,
Sorry.
sure. My name is David Caduto, and I'm here again in opposition to the development plans for 615, which 615 Oak Manor, which we view as a breach of the settlement agreement. I did consult with counsel after the last meeting to be certain about the issue of whether or not the settlement agreement is in force, and their opinion is it is. In a letter that counsel wrote to the Gambardella family a few weeks back, they effectively opined that the agreement was tied to a tentative map and expired in 1990 as it relates to 3 of the phases of the subdivision development. The interesting thing about that is the agreement wasn't even signed until 1991. So it's hard to say that the agreement was not in place in 1991, or that the agreement expired in 1990 when it wasn't even signed till 1991. If you read the agreement throughout, it talks about heirs and succession, and it has many provisions that talk about how the settlement agreement runs with the land. As an example, in the recordation of the agreement, this recorded agreement, its terms, conditions, and the rights and obligations created herein shall run with the land. In the severability clause of the agreement, which essentially talks about if a provision within the agreement is a null and void, it basically says that the remaining provisions of the agreement shall remain in effect. It doesn't say with the exception of the term which is defined. The term which is defined in that agreement relates to the California Subdivision Act, which provides a developer a certain amount of time to develop the properties that they have requested development. So just want to express again that we are in opposition to this. It's not an issue we have with Mr. Schwartz at all. And I've actually talked with Mr. Schwartz since this time. And so anyway, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, David. And
Okay.
are you able to send in writing something to our legal counsel in the town? Is that planned or?
I don't think at this point in time,
Okay.
Mayor, we're
Okay.
just going to see what happens. I think with the EIR, which I don't believe has been issued quite yet. And during that public commentary period, I think it would be appropriate at that time.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
anyway,
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, because in writing, this stuff is super, super helpful. So thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please. Oh, one more push. Yep,
Yep.
perfect.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christy Doman, 545 Oak Manor Drive. Been a resident for 30 years. We're now 7 years past the initial approval process of the 615, and yet there are no resolve to the complex historical drainage issues associated with the slide south, west, and below the CMP corrugated metal pipe, and directly impacting my property as well as neighbors. It appears that the focus has been on the development of 2 homes and ignoring the drainage, slope, and water that endangers neighbors. My property was included in the 1991 settlement, and I'm going to just allude to a couple references. There's language that addresses the properties on Oak Manor in the slide area between 535 and 575 Oak Manor, page 25, item 7. The settlement also stipulated the maintenance of the CMP pipe and the upslope drainage to control flow of surface water into the slide area, page 25, item 8. Oh, stuck pages, excuse me. And additionally, page 12, item K, the order indemnified the town of Fairfax for damages incurred with the future development of 615. On June 16th of 16, I attended and spoke at the Fairfax Planning Commission meeting on the review of the application for 615. Principal Planner Linda Neal and staff asked that the following additional condition be added to the resolution: a document mandating the required maintenance schedule of the corrugated metal pipe, drainage system to be provided by the applicant to the town engineer and prior to the issuance of the building permit, and that maintenance agreement be recorded in the County Marin Recorder's Office. May I please just finish with one brief statement?
Sure. Yep.
To the best of my knowledge, that condition has not been recorded with the county. With these serious unresolved issues persisting, how can the town of Fairfax even consider additional permits associated with 615 until the long-standing and significant drainage issues associated with Julian Crest or the access road be engineered, permitted, and rectified? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just full disclosure, we're now past the 15 minutes, but I'd like to take the final 4 folks and then go to the folks on Zoom. So if folks on Zoom are ready, can you please raise your hand? And we'll take the last 4 folks for open time that are standing, and then we'll move to folks on Zoom. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Rick Hamer, downtown Bolinas. I'd like to welcome our new planning director who was here earlier, Jeffrey person here. And my wish list is very simple. It's just consistent code enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you for the brief comment, Mr. Hamer. Next speaker.
Yes, sorry, I'm generally not one of those ones with a brief comment. The first comment I'd like to make is I'm really grateful that Sheila came here to show a real person associated to a real story. And the laws that you guys have pushed through 870 and 871 have torn this town apart. So here's a real person that could use the benefit of these laws, that has paid into this tax system for 40 years, has been a community member here for 40 years. Yet the laws that you've torn this town apart, I question you, who do they benefit? They don't benefit a real person that her next stop is homeless. I've written to all of you guys, and the first letter went unresponded to. So then I included that letter to Marin Legal Aid, and I further expanded it. Liesl Blash was the only one who politely responded back and offered to meet with her and actually offered some supportive help to her. I do appreciate that Stephanie did respond back to me. The tenor of that letter was certainly not very polite or welcoming, but I still want to acknowledge that I do appreciate. And Bruce, Chance, and Barbara, I would think that the 3 of you spearheading this down the path could certainly respond and help a community member. If you want to say, oh, you're doing something behind in the scenes behind the curtains, that's fine. But you should offer that to the public, because there might be other people that are not so confident to come up and speak before you that their next stop is also homelessness. So I ask you guys to opine on this. I ask you guys to question your own reasoning, what you think you created if you cannot help a real person in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Candace, Neil Ricker, Fairfax. I'm here to talk tonight about some things that are going on in our town that you may or may not be aware of. I'm not sure the causes. I'm sure the shuffling in San Rafael and the encampments is a part of it, but in the last 2 weeks, we've had anywhere from a 25 to 50% increase in our unhoused population here. With that has come some very troubling things, and I'm going to include smoking methamphetamines in between the parks, near Perry Park and near the ballparks. Drug dealers coming down this street, stopping here, and people coming from the parks to get their drugs. Soliciting of money, standing in front of people's cars on mono lot in front of their driver's doors and asking for money in an intimidating way. Panhandling occurring with children on the corners of Bolinas on both sides in a dangerous intersection. A lot of human waste being found or stepped on or eaten by animals in the park. I recently asked a local officer if I were to relieve myself in front of town hall, would I be arrested? And he just looked at me. And I said, I'm not trying to give you hell. I'm actually asking what the laws are in the town of Fairfax. There was a fire 2 weekends ago in Perry Park, firewood that was solicited from a Fairfax resident to purchase for them at 7-Eleven. We've got some scary things going on in town, guys, and that's just the tip of an iceberg. And I had a really good conversation with an officer here in town, and he said, we need to know these things. I said, you've got an 8-block radius to drive around in. I've lived here my whole life, and I won't go in this park at night anymore. And I'm asking all of you to recognize I have empathy and sympathy, and I care for everyone. I'm not asking for relocation or Boise, but I'm asking for the laws of this town, this park, to be upheld. And one more item that you're going to vote on tonight is to recertify the ordinances that you just gave us the right to vote on in 2024. I'd like to understand how that works, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Frank Ager, Medaway, speaking on the Fairfax Hills subdivision. And I'm wondering if the town attorney has given the town council copies of the court mandated settlement. It's 54 pages with mapping, and copies of the minutes from the public hearings that took place during the whole development process back in the 1980s. The town refuses to review official town council minutes from the past. That's a mistake. I believe Wendy Baker and I are the only two from the town still alive who participated in the application, litigation, and settlement with the 80-acre parcel. The court settlement was very clear. Each of the 20 parcels was approved for one house, and then there was supposed to be private open space on a balance of the parcel. Judge Stevens, who actually mandated that court settlement, passed away in May of this year. Your town attorney is taking the side of the developer with her legal opinion, saying the agreement for phases A through C was only good for 2 years, and the majority of the phase D, 50 or so acres, which was supposed to hold only 2 units, was only good for 3 years. Either Fairfax got taken to the cleaners with a court mandated settlement, or your attorney is wrong. By the way, Fairfax never actually zoned that property. The general plan prevailed, and that's how we determined the density. And Baker and Hager voted no on that settlement. We wanted to appeal it to the First District Court of Appeals. I had hiked the whole property before voting. The hillside is riddled with landslides, and today's general plan would reconnect upland residential 10 zoning, 1 unit for every 10 acres. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Todd Greenberg from downtown Bolinas. I'm once again very concerned about what's going on in this town. Very concerned about the new news that I just heard about the greatly increasing problems downtown that Candace Neal just spoke of, that I don't see this town council addressing in any way whatsoever. It's really sad. We've been talking about it for years now here. And at the last meeting with the mayor at the farmer's market, it sounds like there's sort of an unofficial, hey, we're going to keep it here. Gosh, how about a little community dialogue? Try to solve real problems like the sinkhole in front of Mono Way that is soft and cracking near the PG&E gas main that I've notified every single council member and town staff about, but nothing's been done about for 2+ weeks. Also, since time's short, I want to note that it's apparent, it's been said before, that this council is frequently acting in violation of the Brown Act. Meetings are governed by the California Government Code and the Brown Act. And I would like items 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, and 18 pulled from the consent calendar so that the public can actually discuss these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Deborah London, Fairfax. So I want to reiterate that I am completely opposed to the second reading of the revised ordinances and just cause eviction. They're criminal. We cannot survive.
Going to be a later item if you want to
Is
save
it on
that.
there?
Yeah, that's a later item on the agenda. This is just for public open time for non-business items.
Okay, well then I'll just say that the housing element is still deficient. We have heard nothing about that or the transparency of that. You're not doing what the HCD in their letter of August 11th said that you had to do. Instead, you're burying it in the consent calendar. And I don't know if we're talking about the wall property purchase. Don't know when you guys became real estate professionals. And I also wanted to talk about that the overall behavior of the council and everything you do, from the gas stations being taken away, electric landscape tools being forbidden, electric vehicles out of the only electrical vehicles. And this is a joke because you can't even keep the lights on. There's no electrical grid. The cart's way before the horse. And the homeless encampment That's insane that nobody's doing anything about that. I'm ready to march down there myself in the middle of the night with pots and pans blaring and making everybody leave. And then the tax dollars, I think we're going to be able to talk about that. But there's one thing that's completely off topic that I want to bring up. And I don't know if anybody else is noticing this, but we have a serious coyote problem. I know it's crazy, but I live on the edge of the watershed. It's out of control. It's really out of control. And I don't know what it's going to take, but something needs to be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and then we'll head to Zoom.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Well, I missed a meeting because I had this thing I had to do, but I see nothing really has changed as far as your disregard for continuing to have illegal meetings in violation of the Brown Act and violating a California appellate court ruling about what is a reasonable amount of time for people to speak. I see 2 minutes for open time, but there's only 4 items on the agenda. That doesn't qualify. Then I look at the consent calendar where you have 14 items and you're saying 2 minutes total. That's less than 10 seconds an item. How can anyone discuss something in less than 10 seconds? In addition to what Todd has said, I also want 10 and 17 pulled. I think the town citizens, especially after you've blown $1.2 million on this housing element update, are entitled to hear what's going on, not just have it buried on a consent calendar with 10 seconds to comment. Why do you keep violating the Brown Act? You know it, the attorney knows it, her firm knows it. You can go online and look at her firm and they'll tell you how important the Brown Act is and how you have to follow it. The California appellate ruling was that unless it's an extremely long agenda or unless you're expecting a vast amount of people to speak, 3 minutes is a reasonable amount of time for each item that's on an agenda, not 2 minutes for 14 items. You want to go home? Then go home, resign. And just reminds me of when I was in Shiraz, just a couplet from one of the poets there.
Okay.
I forget if it was Hafez
Thank
or
you, Mr. Bell. We're going to Zoom, but thank you.
This is just a couplet. Kiram tuye cheshmek ke dunyo rakeri bimini.
I see one raised hand on Zoom.
Great.
And that is Deborah Benson. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. I would like to add to the comments that from my 2 minutes last meeting concerning council members looking at their personal electronic devices during public meetings. The 3 council members responded to my comments, which I believe is open to discussion. If that happens again, I would like the opportunity to respond. Until 2020, at a council meeting when Renee Goddard, former council member, very happily showed her personal time clock, the town clerk was the person who kept track of time. In regards to whether 30 minutes has passed or 15 minutes has passed, there's a great big clock on the wall in the back of the room. We now have a town clerk and an assistant town clerk who are quite capable, I believe, of keeping track of whether someone is speaking for 1 minute or 2 minutes. And I would respectfully request that you all give the job back to the clerk, and instead of paying attention to your time clocks, pay attention to the people who are coming to speak and to what they're speaking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, no clapping. Thank you.
I see no further raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, awesome. Thank you all very much. We will close the open time for public expression. And at this time, we will take the one item we had on the special meeting, which is the item from Town Manager Abrams to authorize the mayor and vice mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement consisting of initial provisions and potential future amendments to the agreement with the Marine Open Space Trust, or MOST, regarding the exploration of the purchase of the 100 acres commonly referred to as the Wall property. Heather, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I really don't have a staff report or presentation today, but as I think everyone in the room knows, there's an interest in purchasing potentially the Wall property, and the subcommittee has been convened. And the subcommittee has been convened to do that. And so going forward with a first of probably several agreements with most to work with us on that would be helpful. And we wanted to make sure that the council had given authorization to the subcommittee in a public forum for that.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from colleagues about this? None? Okay.
So what's being asked for now is an authorization to pursue this, to continue pursuing it.
To formalize the agreement with the Marine Open Space Trust, who would be able to move forward more quickly on the things that we had approved in closed session, the appraisal and the geotechnical report.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. If no more questions, I will open this up for public comment on this item.
Hello, I'm Susan Pascal-Baran, Chair, Fairfax Open Space Committee. I wanted first and foremost to thank this council for deciding to go forward with exploring the purchase option of the Wall property. This is very significant, as you know, for our town. I'm sure there are many people in the audience who are very excited to do this, and all our members of our council are very proud of you. I know that many of you have been on our council in the past or work on open space issues. So thank you so much. And we're also very excited to have Barbara Culler and Chance Cutrano as the subcommittee, knowing that they have great expertise and passion and vision. And just wanted also to say that we are here to help, especially to interface and inform the public about what different things mean and why you're making different decisions. And also we're here to assist in finding resources and working on this, hoping to make it a possibility. We know you face a lot of adversity. We also know that having it taken away from the housing element has been somewhat of an adverse measure for some people, but I know that members, I can't speak for the entire council committee, but I know that we are not adverse to smaller, lower, low-income affordability units being put in lower down, but not on the ridge lines. The main thing is that this is a beautiful piece of land, which is hugely important to our nature as a wildlife corridor. It will potentially join with what San Anselmo's doing for open space acquisitions. It's great for our recreation, and it's aesthetically important to this town. It is the crown jewel of Fairfax and a spiritual asset to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Hello again, Town Council Michael McIntosh. I hope the Town Council will bring forth a feasibility study for the last income that the Wall property could provide to the town with some housing. I think the last speaker correctly stated that it avails itself for clustering some houses down at the bottom, and I agree they should not be higher up. So this gives you an opportunity to actually make a win-win, which we seldom have. I'd like to also remind the town that besides losing this revenue, if you go through most on his property, approximately 2005, I put that property into escrow and I offered it to this town for free. No dollars, no nothing. In exchange that they would come up with a plan where they could work with me. And that was declined. So anytime that I see the town spending any money or taking away any sort of taxable stream that might bring income to this town, I think it's very short-sighted that you've had many opportunities. I also brought you, I think in 2007 or 2008, an opportunity where if you sold the one parcel or part of the parcel down on Miranda Drive, I believe it's there at the bottom, or maybe the Angel Court, I don't remember the name of the street, that Nextel had agreed to pay $10,000 a month to put a tower there that could be hidden behind the tower, that after 10 years would also pay for the property if you guys just didn't want to deal with me. Again, the town walked away from that. So I think the town really needs to look at its history. And I encourage this town, even from the prior comment, to speak to Frank Egger. He is absolutely the best depository of information. He's been up here longer than anybody else defending this town. So I question why you will not invite him into these conversations, and others like myself when it's something project specific. We can help you to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Toby Jansen Smith, Fairfax resident. First, thank you very much for the leadership of Chance, the Open Space Committee, and other members here for working to try and secure and preserve the wall property. Many of us who have been involved in this property in different aspects for the last almost decade see this as an amazing opportunity now that it's potentially back on the market at a fire sale price, and such a unique property in terms of its size, its biological diversity, and its recreational opportunities that are so open to so many residents in Fairfax, with many entry points and trails and connectivity to the ridge and beyond in other open space areas. And just to say that, recognizing obviously there is a housing need, low-income housing need in Fairfax and all over Marin and the county, all over the state. I think most of us feel that, that particular property is such a gem in terms of its contiguousness and biological value and uniqueness, and also the access to public transport and other services that would be desired for low income, makes that property not the best fit for that, and makes it a prime opportunity for pure conservation. So anyway, as others have said, there's many folks in the community who would love to work with you all to help make this a reality and preserve the land for future generations. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Toby. Next speaker.
Pamela Meggs. The Fairfax Open Space Committee started in 2004. I initiated it. It took 4 years, and I won't go into the politics, but it happened. The passion and care and just the whole aspect of it took off. It is an amazing group of people. They are still flourishing. I drop in on meetings and I can't tell you how impressed I am with their energy and how they are putting out their work and initiatives. So this is an opportunity for the whole town with a positive, I hope, feeling of moving forward. And it's like strike while the iron's hot. There's been opportunities off and on, but I attended the bidding. There was nobody there to bid on that property. So it's sort of like an omen for me. And I'm thinking, just please plan well. And I'm very happy that Mayor Catrano and Councilwoman Kohler are on this committee. They have great experience and they will help send it off or launch it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. I couldn't feel more comfortable with the conservation of this property than having Council Member Collar, Commissioner Newton, and Mayor Catrano having our back to preserve this property for the benefit of our entire town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michelle Simonson from just across the street. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I'm so excited that this is possibly finally going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Myron Walters. I live up on Archangel. I share my previous person's excitement and gratitude that you guys are jumping in. I started back in about 2010 going almost every month to the Fairfax Open Space Committee meetings. That was about the time when the Wall property first was rumored that's going to come up for sale. And I came to the committee saying, hey, you guys, we got to jump on this. And it just went nowhere. And it took me a few years to realize that it's really you guys being the town council that have to drive this. So when you all came out with that special meeting, I was like, hallelujah. Is finally going to happen. And so I want to commend both of you two guys and the whole committee, town council, for jumping in and doing something that's been way overdue. It's a piece of property that should be, it's what everybody in Fairfax looks at. It's our property. We need somebody to jump in and make it happen. So I want to fully support you. Anything I can do or as a community can do support wise, or we're happy to if you come down and say, hey, we need all the homeowners to be happy to pay into a bond onto their property values, I'll be happy to help you get the support for that. So go for it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Frank Eger, Way. When we rezoned the Wall property, we rezoned only 3 parcels, not 4. So I don't know what the 4th parcel is or what it's zoned, but it's not zoned Upland Residential 10. There was never 100 acres there. I had emailed the town council the history on the Wall property. You all received that. I included the town clerk with my email. A complete environmental reconnaissance was performed by Wallace, McHarg, Robertson Todd, a national planning firm that Fairfax hired in 1973 to prepare its open space element. State geologist Ted Smith spent 1 year in town locating every landslide in our community, many of which are on a Wall property. The general plan open space map shows all of the landslides. That's what kept the value of the property low, and the last person that purchased it got it fairly inexpensive. The price is right, so good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker.
Hi, Deb London, about the Wall property. So I'm wondering, where's the money going to come from to purchase it? Tax dollars, correct? Why didn't you accept it when Michael McIntosh offered it to you? How will it be maintained with all the landslide issues? I sincerely hope it's not by taxing the residents of Fairfax. So it would be great to know the answers to some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nice note, Michelle. Is that your handwriting? Yeah, I'm glad to hear that the Wall property is available. I think part of the reason why the town didn't want it before was to deal with the legal issues of the landslides. So that's obviously something that we have to look at again, though I think that the town purchasing it for open space outweighs those issues. And again, as Frank has said, some guy in 1973 spent a year mapping all of it. So the study's already been done. And if the town has somehow misplaced its own copy of that report, then why isn't the town contacting the firm who did it? Because I'm sure they didn't toss it, and getting a copy of that, which would be a lot less expensive than hiring new people to go and do it. That way, you have more money for the purchase price. Just seems to be common sense.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Todd Greenberg. Want to applaud going forth and exploring this and everyone's hard work on it. But I also want to caution you that if you do as you've done previously and exclude the public from the selection process, from the input process, you are harming the community. This seems to happen pervasively through the decision making here. I'm not quite sure why. Mark just brought up issues. Frank just brought up issues. I'm going to give you an example. The last open space purchase that was facilitated by this town is the Sky Ranch area. Well, there was a promise that there would be horses kept there. That promise wasn't kept. There's some people disappointed about that. That's a loss to the community. Who's accountable? Doesn't seem like there was adequate community input or a proper agreement put in place, just like Victory Village. Somehow just it didn't work out the way that it was planned. What better assurances can you give the public that things will work out and people will be accountable for the actions that they take? And if this goes into open space, that it will be maintained properly. There are gullies running down Crest Road now, and Crest Road itself, by the way, is just a nightmare. It's topsy-turvy everywhere, but the dirt, it's just a runoff zone. So I would like, if you do go forth in this, that you explore win-win along the lines of what Michael McIntosh has talked about, that you're cognizant of the possibility of actually doing a blended approach that might be more beneficial to the town, that you think long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
I just want to clarify, I was part of the Sky Ranch project. There was never a commitment to retain that as a horse ranch in perpetuity. We worked with the Horse Council on that. It was a very dangerous site.
That's incorrect.
Okay, let me finish. I worked on it, and what was
Please.
what was decided. Okay, just
Mr. McIntosh, please.
sit down. What was decided, it was be day use for horses, and we worked with the Horse Council on that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so next speaker.
Candace, Fairfax. I fully support you all trying to purchase the wall property. But a common theme that I've been hearing is that Fairfax doesn't have enough money, whether that's for the roads that need to be fixed, whether that's for porta potties to be placed in areas around the town to help people that need them. Money is a funny thing in this town. Didn't we hire a financial auditor a few years ago at a very exorbitant fine or cost to help us understand our own financials? I'm sorry, did you say something? You know, money is funny, and we pay very high property taxes in this town in Marin County, comparatively to the rest of Marin County. I think it's fourth. Let's find a way to buy this wall property and make it for the town of Fairfax and for everyone that's here. But please recognize all of the financials that perhaps have been mismanaged in ways in the last few years that could have been over $1 million that we could have put towards this. We're in a small town. We have a decent amount of tax money coming in. We can figure this out. And this is for the benefit of the whole town and really for the county. You know, open space is important. But just, we really got to take a look at the money, guys. If I'm told that we don't have the money for porta potties, then it's amazing to me we have the money to purchase the wall property. So just please, let's figure this out, but let's use our money in this town where we really, you know, where we need it. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there, Philip Salivary, Scenic Road. I want to start off by saying I know practically nothing about the Wall property. And I, read everything that comes out of the town. And I think that's a problem. You guys are doing stuff behind closed doors without allowing people to see what you're doing. And this is the kind of problems we're going to see going forward. I would like to just reiterate what some other speakers have said, which is, where is the money going to come from? Where is the money going to come from? Please show us what you're doing, show us what you're considering, what you're thinking about, and show us how it's going to be paid. And then we can either support you guys, which I think a lot of people here would like to do, myself included, but not if my taxes are going to go up, not if I'm going to be penalized in some other way. So please show us what's going on, show us how much money it's going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mallory Geithheim. Yes, for the Wall property. No for more consultants that we keep putting millions of dollars into. And that's pretty much it. I would like to think also about what we're doing with the lawyers' money. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom for this item?
There are no hands raised on Zoom at this time.
Great. Well, I'll close public comment on this item. And I'll just say, appreciate some of the questions. I think there's some good questions to be raised about acquisition costs, long-term maintenance, who holds title to the property. These are the sort of questions that this process will help us evaluate as a community. This is the first step in the process. I think what we had to decide to do is, are we going to go forward, and are we going to find stakeholders or partners that can help us get an appraisal and do that preliminary geotechnical with the most up-to-date information, and see from there, what are the liabilities and risks associated with the parcel? What's the potential fair market value of the parcel? And then decide, do we take the next step, and what does that next step look like? So just wanted to share that, because I know that some people think that this is like, oh, it's done. That's not the case. I know there are other people think that, there's not enough information to determine whether or not we should go forward with this and do it. I think that's exactly where we're at right now, is we're in the information gathering phase of, this seems like a really exciting opportunity. Do we, we want to seize the moment as a council and figure this out, and as a community, but we need to work with all the available information that we can get. So that's why we're taking the chance right now to agendize the item and to see what comes out of the vote here. But I really appreciate all the comments shared, and look forward to getting more information as well. So with that, any comments, or I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think sometimes when people hear that money is going to be spent, it's not clear that often when you make an open space purchase, or you do other certain types of things like roads, it's often because it's from grants or sources that are dedicated specifically to that activity. So it's not like it's just going to come out of something else. And I do suspect that there will be, various ways of raising money for this. I was curious if you could clarify who's paying for the appraisals that are going to take place.
Most is covering the cost of the appraisal, as well as the preliminary geotechnical. We fully expect at some point that we will probably reimburse them, because they're not sitting on a huge cache of funds, and they're doing this to move the project forward so we get the information we need. But we're hopeful through fundraising, we'll have enough money to reimburse them.
Okay. So I did want to say that I have been impressed by the experience of our mayor and vice mayor in this area. And I think you have, a real asset in these two people in terms of this type of land acquisition. The other thing that, and this has been, like, for many people in town, a dream for me. So that I hope that it will be feasible and that we can do it. I was also wondering if somebody could clarify why the meetings about this have not yet been, big open meetings. because I understand that if I've got it right, that under the Brown Act, that when you're talking about a property acquisition, it's something that you don't put out in the public ahead of time. I'm not sure if anybody on staff or on council wants to clarify that.
Janet, do you want to clarify real estate negotiations closed session?
Real estate negotiations is a closed session item. Price and terms are closed session items.
Excuse me, just pricing terms, not indemnification or the negotiations. And that's been discussed with Brian Washington County Council before.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So if someone's willing to make a motion on this, that'd be great.
Okay. I'm willing to make a motion, but since I'm new, someone's going to have to help me. All right. Where is it? Okay. I'm going to make a motion to authorize the mayor and vice mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement consisting of initial provisions and potential future amendments to the agreement with Marin Open Space Trust, MOST, regarding exploration of purchase of 100-acre property commonly referred to as the Wall property.
Is there a second?
I'll second with delight.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have a motion, Blash, second, Hellman. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes, thank you.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
It's all ayes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And many thanks to MOST for offering to help us get that information.
Can I ask one last question on that? Will you be offering updates through your council member reports to the extent that you're able? If it's not an agendized item, perhaps that could be a mechanism or the public can stay informed.
Yeah.
To the extent we're able, we will.
Yeah.
Yep. Great. Thank you. And now with the special meeting item concluded, we'll move back to the regular agenda. And we have item 1 on our regular agenda is to receive Marin Countywide Electric Vehicle Acceleration Strategy presentation from Christine O'Rourke. And I'm sure, Sean, you'll be able to assist with that as well.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we'll be discussing the Marin Countywide Electric Vehicle Acceleration Strategy, which was developed by a subcommittee of the Marin Climate and Energy Partnership. And we have Christina O'Rourke here with us, who's the MCEP Sustainability Coordinator, who I think a lot of you know, and she's going to provide a brief overview of what's in the strategy. And then at the end of her presentation, I'll discuss some next steps for this. So feel free to take it away, Christine.
You're on mute, Christine, and welcome. Good evening.
Okay, there, I got it. Thank you very much, Sean, and thank you for having me here this evening. I am going to share my screen and start the slideshow. Okay, and if you have any trouble hearing me, I can end my video, and so sometimes that helps with the bandwidth issues. So as Sean said, I'm here to present the Marin Countywide Electric Vehicle Acceleration Strategy. This has been created by the Marin Climate and Energy Partnership with funding from the Transportation Authority of Marin. Our goal for this plan is to support the climate action plans that have been adopted by all of our Marin jurisdictions and to support the EV targets that are embedded in those plans. Our intent was to develop a plan that is useful for all of our jurisdictions. And along those lines, we've provided a suite of actions that a jurisdiction can select from in order to best reflect the needs and circumstances of that city or town. So as Sean said, we developed the plan with the help of a subcommittee of which Sean was a member. And we did a bunch of outreach to different stakeholders. We interviewed jurisdiction staff, including public works staff, because a lot of this work is going to fall on them, especially when it comes to electrifying a municipal fleet or installing EV chargers on public land. We also interviewed community leaders, nonprofits, state agencies. Essentially, we wanted to understand what the barriers and challenges to widespread EV adoption are so that we can address those through the actions that we recommend in the plan. We reviewed other agencies' plans and guidances and guidance from regional and state agencies. We were looking to glean best practices that we wanted to incorporate into the plan. We developed these 8 guiding principles that we use to guide the development of the plan. They are reprinted in the strategy. I'll just highlight that one of these actions is to focus government actions on those that most efficiently utilize public funds and resources. We recognize that those funds are scarce. So there are, like, for example, a number of regional, state, and federal programs and funds and incentives that are available. More are coming online so that in some instances, the town can just leverage what's already there. And of course, there is already really good trends, which I'll talk about in the private market. And in that case, the town really just needs to support the private market so that we can reach our EV adoption goals. Throughout Marin County, transportation emissions are responsible for more than half of community-wide emissions. That's true in Fairfax as well, where it is also at 54%. And then of those transportation emissions, 80% come from passenger vehicles. So it really is critical to address passenger vehicles and electrify those vehicles. They also happen to be the more low-hanging fruit at this point because there are more vehicles that are available for passenger vehicles. This is a look at the existing conditions for ZEV adoption. These charts are also in the strategy, but this data only goes to 2021, and the CEC released new data after we published the strategy. So this includes 2022 data. As of the end of 2022, there were 15,500 zero-emission vehicles in Marin. ZEVs include all battery electric, as well as plug-in hybrid electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles, of which we have very few in Marin County. So 2022, we had a 25% increase over 2021 levels. And at this point, 8% of all registered passenger vehicles in Marin County are zero-emission vehicles. That's double the statewide rate. In Fairfax, we're a little bit lower at 6%. So we're making very good progress, and we're on track to meet at least some of our goals here for ZEV registrations for passenger vehicles by the end of 2030. They range for all of the Marin jurisdictions from 25 generally to 45%. The town of Fairfax is an outlier with a goal to have 100% of passenger vehicles registered in Marin County to be zero-emission vehicles by the year 2030. The chart on the left here is showing what we need to do to increase the population of ZEVs in order to reach that 35% target. And I've picked that because it's kind of a midway. And what this is demonstrating is that really is a reasonable target. We would need to sustain a 21% annual growth rate year over year to get to 35% adoption rate by the year 2030. We've been averaging 22% over the past 3 years, so we are on track. Of course, it does get a little bit more difficult to sustain growth rates as the numbers get larger and as a market matures. The graph on the right is showing the lighter color is what the state of California is assuming we're going to have for ZEV sales as we approach the year 2035, when the state is going to require all new sales of passenger vehicles in California to be zero-emission vehicles. And then the green line is what we need in order to meet that 35% target by 2030. So what you're seeing here essentially is that we need to do more than what the state is doing. We can't just rely on state regulations and state programs. We need to do more. Statewide, the ZEV sales are currently 25% of all light-duty vehicle sales, and in Marin, it's 38%, which is actually quite encouraging and higher even than what we're predicting there on that green line in the slide. As far as EV charging needs, we have over 1,000 shared and public chargers in Marin County. We undoubtedly, the number of single family home chargers is much higher. We just don't have very good data, so I can't calculate a number for you. But in Marin, 71% of housing units are single family homes. It's 72% in Fairfax. I mention that because in some ways, those homes kind of take care of themselves because it's much easier to install a level 2 charger. A single family home owner can take care of the lower electricity rates. So what we really need to do is focus, a lot of our actions are focused on encouraging and requiring private chargers in multifamily buildings and at workplaces where we see the greatest need, which is shown in this chart in yellow. So TAM did a siting plan back in 2019. Some of these locations have already installed chargers since then. Essentially, we need level 2 chargers wherever cars are parked for a long period of time. And that's parking lots like that are in shopping centers, as well as school parking lots and places where people may store a car while they're commuting using alternative transportation like SMART or the ferry or carpooling. We also need level 3 chargers. These are the fast chargers. And mostly we need those on transportation corridors like Highway 101 or Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, places where it's kind of easy to exit and enter the transportation corridor, and ideally where there are other services like food services that people can partake of while they're charging their car, which generally takes about 45 minutes for a full charge for a battery electric vehicle. We also did a survey of EVs that are in municipal fleets at the present time. The town of Fairfax has 1 passenger car. We see that really the easiest vehicles to electrify at this point are passenger cars because there are more vehicle types available. But they make up a very small percentage of a municipal fleet. Municipal fleets tend to have a lot more medium and heavy duty fleet vehicles in passenger public work fleets. And they also have special duty vehicles like fire trucks and police pursuit vehicles. And there just aren't the kind of a variety of EV choices for those vehicles. But we are expecting more will become available as the years march on. So we looked at the barriers to EV adoption and we've categorized them according to these 5 categories. I won't go into them all in detail. Some of these are being worked out, like EV range, lack of vehicle availability. Some of them will be taken care of by the marketplace, but some of them there really is a big opportunity for local governments to help out, especially in installing EV chargers or requiring EV chargers in new construction, and also launching public awareness campaigns to change people's perceptions and behavior. I'll also mention that the strategy does address e-bikes and e-scooters. The barriers here really are lack of secure parking because e-bikes are very expensive and tend to get stolen, as well as the lack of safe and protected cycling infrastructure. So there are 36 actions that we've recommended. We've sorted those into 4 different areas. Again, the expectation here is that the jurisdictions will identify and prioritize specific actions for implementation. This is not a one-size-fits-all strategy. And we did provide a sample work plan in the appendix that a jurisdiction may use in order to prioritize, identify, and implement the actions that are selected. So there are 4 actions under conduct robust community outreach and education. Here, we're just recommending that the town use their existing communication channels like a website, newsletters, social media to promote existing rebates and incentives. Also to work with other partners like the county in countywide marketing campaigns and nonprofits like Pride and Drive Clean that do a lot of webinars and outreach to the community, and they do events like ride and drives. Under accelerating public charging infrastructure, we have 16 actions. Probably one of the most important is to adopt a model reach code with EV infrastructure requirements above the base code. Again, we just want to make sure that all the new housing, especially multifamily housing that we're expecting to be built in Marin County, is equipped with EV chargers so tenants have the ability to charge their vehicles. Under increasing municipal fleet electrification, there are 11 actions. One of them, we're recommending that all of the jurisdictions adopt a fleet replacement policy with a goal to convert 100% of the fleet to EVs by 2030, and to develop a plan to get there and incorporate EV purchases in capital improvement planning. And then finally, in just supporting and advocating for policy and funding that accelerates EV adoption, I want to just call out here the how we are using an equity lens when we're looking at the actions that are in the plan. We want to be sure we're focusing investment in low-income communities and providing equitable access to rebates and incentives and developing targeted programs for low-income folks. So as far as next steps, what we've been asking all of our jurisdictions councils is to direct staff to complete the work plan now that you've had a little introduction to the EV strategy. Different jurisdictions are approaching this in different ways. Some are incorporating some of the actions into 2-year work plans. That's one strategy, but I'm going to hand this over now to Sean so he can talk more about Fairfax's approach to how you're going to use the EV acceleration strategy. And thank you very much for hearing the presentation.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. So yeah, as far as next steps, staff is seeking direction from the council on whether to develop a work plan as presented in Appendix A of the strategy that would identify and prioritize specific actions for implementation. And I'll just note that not all the actions have to be prioritized. It's really up to us what we think is a high priority. And to develop the work plan, I would work closely with Lauren and Bertis from Public Works and other relevant departments, along with the Climate Action Committee, to develop it. The work plan, I think the value in doing it would further help operationalize the transportation section of our climate action plan and prioritize strategies that can help achieve significant GHG reductions while also considering equity, feasibility, funding availability, staff bandwidth, and other factors. And it also just make clear which department is the lead on each project, program, strategy, et cetera, to avoid confusion and facilitate better internal communication. So that the work plan would then be brought back to the council for review and approval. I think that's pretty much it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Vice Mayor.
Sean and Christine, thank you. I think I've shared some of my question earlier, but with you all on email. Our goal of 100% ZEVs is a little bit unrealistic. We're at 5.9% ZEVs, and to say we would get to 100% by 2030, 7 more years, it's not reasonable. It reminds me a little bit of Fairfax's another aspirational goal before I was on this council of 100% zero waste by 2020. We're not there. So I am hopeful that, and I don't want to wait for the CAP update. I don't, I think there were a lot of aspirational goals in the climate action plan that are not a bad thing, but let's kind of get down to what makes sense. And I know Christine touched a little bit on 35%, which I think you and I sort of, you communicated to me, but I'd like to know what you really think is reasonable. And maybe it's something that you and Christine need to go off and noodle a little bit about and say, is it 35%? If we're going to do a plan, let's do something that's achievable. If I'm still sitting on this council, I'd like to be here when we reach these interim milestones rather than having something that is so far away. So maybe just your first thought is, what do you think is more reasonable, especially when I compare to the other cities? And some of them are, I think a couple are 40, I think Marin County's at 45 and Tiburon's at 45, but everybody else is more down below. So what do you think makes sense for us to have a reasonable goal? So when we get these updates, we're actually feeling like we're getting closer. Sorry for the long-winded question.
No, yeah, and like you mentioned, we did kind of go back and forth over email about this. I agree that I think we can be both realistic and aspirational in our goals. If you look at the average of all the other Marin jurisdictions in terms of their ZEV registration target by 2030, it's 33%. And I think probably a goal between 35 to 45% is going to be achievable based on, I think Christine showed it in one of the charts, and it's in the strategy, that projected growth curve in the ZEV registrations. And so if we're averaging, 21% growth rate right now, you can probably achieve a 35% target by 2030. And maybe, through the policies and programs that we adopt at the local level and further state and federal regulations and policies, we can get to an even higher target. But I think that's what I would work with Christine on is to figure out, maybe analyze the past couple of years in terms of EV trends in Fairfax, what that looks like, and try to extrapolate out, what this could look like by 2030. And factoring in some of the new state regulations. There's the advanced clean cars and advanced clean fleets regulations that are going to help accelerate, EV adoption across the states. So trying to factor in everything that's going on and what we can maybe do locally to come up with a more realistic target. And we could present that as part with the work plan, at a future meeting.
I think that would be really helpful. Just now, here's a fun fact. So I ride a regular bike, not an e-bike. I'm waiting till I'm 85 for the e-bike, but when I ride my bike, one of the things I do to keep myself entertained is count Teslas. And if I ride to Corte Madera or even Tiburon, I've been getting somewhere like, I can only keep track of those, I don't know the other e-cars, about 7 a mile. And some of it is visitors, but it's amazing to me that, and if I knew all the other e-cars, I could add those to my fun facts, but it really is amazing. It has been increasing since I started this. So I'm really happy that you guys are really thinking about a way to come back with something with the plan. So thank you both for all your hard work on this. And just one question, Christine, you mentioned that we don't have a way to calculate the single family homes chargers. I wonder if we polled each of the building departments, because people have to get a permit for that. I'm not trying to give you more work, but I think we could probably get, probably not perfect numbers, but pretty good numbers. What do you think about that, Christine?
Yeah, we looked into that. The problem is that if it's a new construction or it's part of a remodel, then the EV charger is kind of buried in the rest of it. And it's not the way they're categorized by most jurisdictions. They're not counting EV chargers. I think that's something that we can definitely ask our jurisdictions to keep track of them and track them separately so that we do have good data around single family chargers.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you both.
Yeah. I had two things, on just one in response and one as a piggyback. I think, I totally appreciate the comment about having real, specific, measurable and achievable goals. I do think it's valuable to acknowledge the real intensity of the climate crisis and to make sure we are attempting to raise ambitions to the best of our ability. And I believe that's the spirit with which the Climate Action Committee brought forward really ambitious climate goals. I mean, I just heard today that Phoenix, Arizona, first time in history, only one day in July that was under 110 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's definitely upon us. And I don't think now is the time to shrink in the face of the daunting task before us. So what I would recommend, maybe, especially because I think for people who do want to see what would it realistically take to go 50%, achieve a 50% goal of EV adoption or registration by date certain, or 80% or 100%, I think having those different curves, like what those numbers might look like, that is for me, it's always been sobering to see that sort of thing in white papers, because I think people think, well, of course, like let's do 100%, but what that really takes is quite a lot. But it's good to have those different arcs over different time horizons. So maybe that's a way that it can be presented to us to be in alignment with our climate action plan and to, really look at what's achievable for us in the near term. The other thing I wanted to recommend with regard to at-home charging, while I'm not totally certain how many people pull permits for like level 2, 1450 plug, or how many people just have level 1 chargers where they're charging into a regular wall outlet and just doing a little bit of a drip. There might not be any permits at all. But what I was excited to experience as a MCE customer and as an MCE Deep Green customer is the MCE Sync app, which actually I have to tell them about my charger, tell them about my car type. They keep track of my charging. They actually give me credits on my statement every month for my electricity bill for kind of alerting them to my charging patterns. And I think it just overall helps with grid management and things like that. So I don't know if MCE has some figures through their app, but I was really delighted to learn about that program through MCE. That might be a good lead. Any other comments? Oh, yeah.
Just one comment. So I'm not sure if you all are aware, part of your presentation, Christine, was focusing rebates for low income customers, and MCE's program for rebates is only for low income. So that's a very targeted program. I'm not sure of the extent of the rebates, but MCE is doing its part to really help low income people adopt EVs. Thank you.
It's pretty significant. It's $3,500 rebate from MCE, and there's $2,500 in rebates from PG&E, one that covers the cost of a level 2 charger, and then there's $2,000 that covers the cost of having a certified electrician come and actually do the electrical work. But both of those are 400% of below area median income. So they're for very low income folks, but exciting that there's a mix of dollars out there, incentives. Any comments from anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you both for your work on this and go forward. Good work. This is a good thing to be thinking through. And I'd encourage you to really focus not only on what the goal might be, and how fast we get there, but just what the ultimate question is, what actions can we take to accelerate the move toward that goal. So one of the biggest issues, clearly, just to state, is that some people, such as myself, have a level 2 charger that we can charge at every night at our own home. But then if someone is living in either a multifamily house or a place where they don't have a dedicated parking spot, that can be much more difficult to do. Or if someone is renting, that can be very difficult to figure out where you're going to put a charger. And so there's a large part of the population that would need to think about those issues. And then just one more comment about how you might be able to get some kind of data on the number of EV chargers that are around. There's the EV2, it's currently the EV2 rate plan that you can get for your electric bill. And that rate plan requires that you actually have an EV and presumably that you have a charger that's on the electric meter. But that would be a question that you might look into, how many people have the EV2 rate plan. And for the public, hey, this is a good rate plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So it says on the slideshow that some of the towns have on their fleets e-bikes. What are they using them for? I'm just really curious.
Sometimes they're actually used by the police in doing patrolling. sometimes they're just available for staff to take them out to like go get lunch or to go to a meeting or do a site visit. I will say that they're not really well used, is from anecdotally from what I'm hearing. A lot of times, people need to bring things with them when, like, if they're going to a site visit, and it's just can be difficult to use a bicycle. But it does provide a nice option.
Okay, thanks. I
Yeah,
just
and-
was curious about that.
Yeah, and San Anselmo does have 2 e-bikes. I think they're generally for staff to use. I think the intention was for Public Works to use them. But they also require maintenance, and they haven't been able to find I guess a good bike shop to get them repaired. So I think if we were to procure e-bikes for the fleet, we just have to make sure there's a real need for them and that they don't just end up in a storage shed somewhere.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I was, hi there, thank you. I was sort of curious that Mill Valley is using electric utility carts. Is that, I know some of the universities like Berkeley and Stanford are using those. Are those Public Works using those? Are you familiar with what Mill Valley is doing there?
I'm not, I believe they offer Public Works, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Great. Okay. Well, I think council has given direction to go forth. Oh, I see. Public comment. Yeah. Good call. We'll open the public comment for this item on the presentation.
Good evening, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. So I have to say thank you, Barbara, for a little dose of reality there, because it seems like there's a lot of things that just don't make sense in this town. I want to thank someone named Sierra Salen, who's long lived in Fairfax and contributed, who counseled all of us multiple times that we should conserve. I see no discussion here in any of this climate action justification for electrify everything to conserve. Fairfax has, do any of you know how many bicycle shops Fairfax has? There's one down here, there's one over there, there's one up here, there's another one, there's at least 4. I've seen one person who works for this town on a bike. That one person that was elected previously, and one person who works for the town on a bike. Think how much you could save if you pushed forth a bicycle to work a week or a month program, rather than creating a bunch of batteries to recycle and increasing the demand for electricity and increasing everyone's electric bill and increasing the cost for them to make any modification to their home. Why not think about easy, cost-effective solutions rather than mandating and prohibiting things and increasing costs? I know all of you, I hope, want to do the right thing. A couple of other things just for perspective for everybody out there in the audience who's not digging through reports. The Climate Action Committee, well, may I continue?
No, but on consent, there's a Climate Action Committee report. You could add some comments on consent for that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Deb London, 232 Hillside Drive. Thank you also, Barbara, for a voice of reason. That really stuck out to me. All the other towns are at 25 and 45, and we're at 100%. That reeks of Renee Goddard. So where is the power coming from? I think that it's again, the cart before the horse. We can barely keep the lights on in this town. I disagree. You cannot require single family dwelling property owners to have electric car chargers. It's private property. You cannot demand them to install chargers. The type of vehicle you drive is personal, and it's a private matter of choice. I, for one, will never drive an electric vehicle. I am vehemently opposed to them. Nobody ever talks about all the eco trash where all these batteries are going to go. I mean, it's an issue nobody ever talks about. And in terms of specific action, strategy actions, I sincerely hope that removing our 2 gas stations is not going to be on that list, because we will fight you tooth and nail on that. You tried to do a second read-in on that, real quiet and quick, and luckily landlords were here and we spoke out against it. I certainly hope not to see that back on your agenda. And, honestly, I don't think we need those ARCs, Chance. Just do what the other towns are doing, something reasonable like 35%. You want to pay more consultants to create more ARCs. Why? That's what you said. Don't shake your head. You wanted to see what the ARCs look like for this percent and 50% and 80%. We don't need ARCs. And I think you just got a new Tesla, right, Chance? Interesting. Especially since your 700 forms had 0 earnings. So that might be nice. I'd like to know how to go about getting my own Tesla, although I don't want one. That's all I have to say. Must be nice to be able to have a Tesla on 0 income on your 700 forms. Thank you.
Thank you. It is nice to drive electric, I will say. Philip.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say something a little off topic here. Folks were clapping earlier and you didn't say anything about it and you didn't stop them. And it's things like that that make people like me who are told to not clap feel really bad about what you're doing. And I'm sure that's not what you want. You either have to let people clap or you have to prevent everybody from clapping. This is just another kind of ongoing problem we're having in the town. So
Thank you.
I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. On the first page of this report, it says community emissions 27% decrease. I haven't seen anyone measuring anything. And if you're going to be measuring, this was also the first year of COVID and nobody was driving. So how do these statistics apply to Fairfax residents? What with the people passing through town, even if you are measuring? You have people going out to the coast, people coming back from the coast. You have people in Fairfax who employ people from San Rafael and other places to drive in to do work for them. Are they supposed to have electric vehicles as well? So really, what you're talking about with 100% to begin with is absurd. And really the issue is that you're just shifting pollution. You're not solving the issue. The environmental damage alone to the Democratic Republic of Congo, with children slaving in cobalt mines, wearing shorts, flip-flops, and tank tops. Maybe they have a piece of fabric over their mouth. The environmental disaster of the surrounding area more than offsets any type of electrification here. So you guys should really get real as to what you're talking about. Also, going back to conservation and Sierra, why does every approach here cost people tens of thousands of dollars? Why aren't there smaller things that most people in this town can afford to do to lower the demand of electricity? I've spoken on this before. No action has ever been taken on it. The grid can't handle more and more and more draw on it. It's been proven. And if you really want to do something positive, then you need to get rid of True Up because it's destroying the solar market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker.
Michael McIntosh. I'd really like the council to really think. I appreciate that we all want to get on the popular bandwagon. I appreciate that many people think that the answer to transportation and climate change are electric vehicles. But if you look at the true footprint from the extraction of the different rare earth elements, as well as to the destruction when we get all the different elements and our inability to properly recycle the batteries, it is a larger footprint. I'm not saying that they may not have a place, but really we can use the current infrastructure that we have if we employ solid oxide fuel cells. And that byproduct is just the sludge of paraffin or sulfur. And we have a water vapor or a mist as opposed to any sort of combustion. If you read some of the reports that have come out of Ford Motor Car Company recently, they cite that the whole electric vehicle scam to the general public is really just that. And they're really pushing for a real alternative energy source, which is hydrogen. And we do have the means these days to electrolysis to restrict the actual combustion of the hydrogen and not store it necessarily, but we can also store it. So I do support you guys looking at alternatives, but what Mark said about really transporting the pollution somewhere else, California, to poorly sustain our grid that is overworked and not replaced, has now extended the life of both of our nuclear power plants. So does that sound very green? Look at Fukushima. We're now extending it past its designed adolescence. We're past what is safe on that. But the demand of electricity and the collapse of Gavin Newsom's government, they want to pretend we all have electricity. The new power plants that are being generated are put somewhere else. What you're really saying is, I don't want to have exhaust here, so I want the poor community. You talk about equity. How is it equitable to make the poor community that can't stand up and afford electric vehicle to be the ones producing the energy? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker.
Candace, Fairfax. I guess as somebody that lives below the poverty line in Marin County, I can tell you right now, my ability to save up for an electric car is limited. As somebody that has seen fires from those batteries and what it takes to put them out, we live in a very dangerous fire area. Our home alone was rezoned in a fire zone this year to a higher warning zone. I agree that we have to make changes and to lower pollutions, but to attempt to make everyone drive an electric car is not feasible. It really isn't. And for someone like me that works very hard to be here, financially, that would not make it possible for me. And just please see, there's a lot of people in this town, all those renters that you're fighting for, those are all people that won't be able to afford these electric cars. You know, I wasn't kidding about the safety aspect of it. Do some research into the fires that come from those batteries and what it takes to put them out and what happens with them. And, you know, regarding sustainability or electricity, so if we have to have electricity to fuel these vehicles, but a branch hits a wire anywhere and PG&E does an automatic shut off, and then all of a sudden vehicles are not charged and people don't have vehicles to leave, let's say, a fire. Like, these are all factors we have to kind of like look at it all in play. If we had enough electricity, everyone had solar on every home in the pavilion and everywhere, and Fairfax was able to fuel its own town, maybe that would be a different story, but that's not where we're at right now. So I just ask you all to look at the big picture with all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Rick Hamer, Fairfax. You know, we have a love affair with lithium. Lithium's, you know, I had my first lithium battery back in the 60s. The thing was great. Some other things I thought were really great the first time I took a toke out of them back in the 60s too. But the lithium batteries were really cool. Now they're everywhere. That's because, well, we think that's the only solution. Well, remember Betamax. Remember VHS. Where are they now? Remember compact fluorescent bulbs. Where are they now? Okay, the solution is not lithium batteries. That's just a transient. We're going to be, you know, exploiting the Congo, like Mark had said. We're going to be dealing with all this toxic waste. And in 30 years, we're going to look back and say, why did we do all this? There are other solutions. We can smooth out the duck curve. We can use non-toxic batteries. You know, fire from a lithium battery. I used to carry a bunch of lithium batteries with me when I would fly around in the country. I made sure they were not on the plane with me. I would, because they are dangerous, and there's very little you can do about mitigating that 100%. It only takes that 1% to really mess things up. So I really think that we need to concentrate on the infrastructure. We need to level out the duck curve. We need to spread out the power distribution here so we don't tax our infrastructure on power distribution, so that we're drawing off of sustainable sources and storing the energy as locally as possible. We have, for many years, you could enforce codes which required extra insulation in houses. Well, insulation is a way to retain heat or cold in a building. Well, retain electricity in the building so that we can charge our vehicles more sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Gardheim, Fairfax. Is it really true that you guys are wanting everybody to go to battery cars? Or was that not true? A little yes or no on that?
It's in our climate action plan, and the state has a law in effect that by 2035, there will be no more gas-powered vehicles sold in the state of California.
That's different than being sold. You can still use your old ones, but that's different than saying you have to have.
We don't have something mandating all electric by a date certain.
Well, I'm with Deborah on this one. I'm against it. First of all, there is no long-term studies on what happens when you're sitting and driving on a battery all day back and forth to wherever you're going. So there's no long-term studies on that. I don't think that's probably a safe thing. I wouldn't want to be sitting on a battery. And also, I just think in terms of how the pollution is, that if you're trying to get rid of a battery, where's it going to go and what's it going to do? I agree that I just read an article on kids in mining out cobalt, and how there are no rules or regulations about that, and how dangerous that is. And what happens to our planet? You guys, you're on the commission for safety for the planet. And what are we going to do when these batteries need to be recycled? They're not going to be recycled. They're going to be dumped into the earth. The acid is going to go, whatever else is going to go. This is just, to me, another one of these, let's get on board and try something new without proving anything about what that's going to be long-term.
Thank you, Mallory. Are there any folks online that wish to speak on the presentation?
I do not see any raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, then we will take it back to the council. Any further comments from colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that, I think when we're looking right now at millions of people across the US suffering from extreme heat, we should be concerned and looking at a range of options. And I don't think the fact that we're looking at e-vehicles is precluding other strategies that we have promoted in the past. So for instance, I'm on the Safe Routes to School Task Force, and that task force does work with groups that promote active transportation and alternative forms of transportation to not only cut traffic in our communities, but also to cut greenhouse gas emissions. And I think most of us know that I hear a lot of concern for low-income communities, but greenhouse gas emissions hit low-income communities way harder than they hit higher-income communities. And so, I am concerned about the fact that we are seeing this extreme heat, which also tends to hit low-income communities harder, impacting us right now. This last couple of months has been stupendous, and just, incredible fires all across the world. So I think we need to start doing something and do the best that we can, and none of it's going to be perfect. I did want to mention, it made me laugh when somebody talked about bikes. I'm basically a person who rides a bike everywhere because that's the form of transportation I have. We're a one-car family. I know a number of my council members ride bikes and walk to do most of their business. And, that is something that we can encourage more in town, is that people live in areas where they can walk to town, or they can ride bikes to town, or there could be shuttles to town. So it's not that this precludes other options of sustainability and conservation. It's just one strategy. And people mentioned some other great strategies that could be about how you build your house. We've talked about that here, actually. So I just want to, keep an open mind that this isn't the one and only thing that we're going for. I'm also I'm not getting that we are going to come and, take your fossil fuel vehicle away from you in a few years if you haven't gotten rid of it. I think most of what we're looking at in this report seems to be about incentivizing people to go electric, whether that's with a car or a bike, if you need an electric bike. And I think it's, well taken that there is some concern about the batteries. I've listened to a number of things about international groups working on the equity issues around the mining of those batteries and how to also dispose of them. So I don't think it's wrong to be concerned about that. But I think that also misses the point that greenhouse gas emissions are already killing people all around the world. They're a major cause of premature death. So I just want us to keep that in mind. I also just wanted to note another thing that's of interest to me is just that, there's some concern about people claiming zero on their FPPC forms. And that's often because there's certain types of income that don't need to be claimed. So for instance, I work for a public sector agency. I don't have to claim an income for that. So it's not that someone's trying to hide something from you. It's just that there's only certain types of income that you are required to report. And those often are types of income that would be a conflict of interest. So it's not like someone's trying to hide from you their income. It's just that we're following the law in terms of how we fill out those forms for the FPPC.
So Sean and Christine, do you have enough direction? I think we talked about having the more realistic goal presented with the plan. And I think the mayor wanted to see maybe some scenarios that would increase that. And I'm hoping that I think that's a good idea. I think it shouldn't take away from the main emphasis. And I will also want to say just one thing. This is about ZEVs, which also include hydrogen vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I also want to point out that Christine also talked about some of the things we can do to lessen our greenhouse gases, which is some of the things that Liesl just talked about, is riding our bikes, etc. And so do you have enough direction to go forward?
Yeah, I think so. So basically we'll develop a work plan again in collaboration with other departments. And then also I'll work with Christine to look at different potential ZV targets and that makes sense for Fairfax, and present that along with the work plan at a future meeting, and then could decide, I guess, as a council, if you want to formally adopt or recommend one of those targets over what's already been established.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work, Christine and Sean. I know this is quite a lot of effort, and also appreciate how many people from other jurisdictions are involved. Everybody's got a piece of the pie. So this is great work. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you both.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back for item number 2 on the regular agenda. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. So we're going to move on here. We are on regular agenda item number 2. This is to read by title only and adopt ordinance revising town code chapters 5.54, just cause evictions, and 5.55, rent stabilization program. Janet, you want to give the intro here?
Okay, last month in August, we did first reading on some modifications to chapter 5.54 and chapter 5.55. That's the just cause and the rent stabilization chapters in the municipal code, the town code. And so tonight we're here for second reading, and we've provided you with a red line strikeout. Those are available on in the packet. And there's also an ordinance that just contains the changes with a few words on either side so that you can see the where they fit and the in the existing code. And we're ready for second read. So happy to take questions, or if there aren't any. We can't make any changes to what's here because if you have to have 2 reads that are exactly the same. So this is the second read, and but I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Thank you. Do folks have any questions?
I just have a question. It's something you and I exchanged about earlier. Should this second reading get approved this evening, the amended changes go into effect 30 days from today? Okay.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. And we're going to update the website. And we have on there different charts and different frequently asked questions that were developed by legal aid. And we're going to work with legal aid again to update those.
I was going to identify a handful of those in particular after the action is taken. So I'll wait to do that.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we can open this item for public comment.
Good evening, council. Rick Hamer, downtown, and a renter. The words that reverberated back in November was, we're going to look at this over the next year. A year is 12 months. Your revisions will take place in 10 months. So you're actually 2 months ahead of schedule. And I commend you on doing that. And I appreciate you for listening to both sides of the story over the last 10 months in order to make these edits. And I'm sure that this is a working document and there will be more changes coming forward to listen to the voices of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I want to make the public aware that what is being presented to them tonight is not the full picture. That these are not minor changes. That 23 plus pages, 20 out of 23 pages on Ordinance 870 have changes on them from the original. And tonight, there is no presentation that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong here, please. There's no presentation of the difference. There's no red line version of the difference from last meeting when you made additional changes to this meeting. So it's inappropriate that you are claiming a first reading last time when there was no hard copy in front of you. None of you had a full copy with the changes that you made on the fly. Bruce has spoken before about not fully reading something. Thank God he asked for a red line version when Janet was going to provide a hard to decipher or something equivalent to that she spoke of, surgical revision. These are not minor revisions. These are major revisions. The public has not been presented a transparent process here. This, as I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong, this is a red line version from the original, and it does not show that Chance Cutrano inserted treble damages again this last go round, despite Barbara's protests. Yes, treble damages are back. For those of you who don't know, in the Fairfax community, treble damages are back, punitizing the landlord. There's more here if I'm allowed to speak, but I think my time's up.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to actually, ask Janet Colson over there, what is the threshold for having substantial changes enough where it is a new ordinance and just minor tweaks? That seems to be a real big contentious issue. So please, if you guys could address that before you vote on this. But I need to reiterate once again the convoluted and harmful nature of your extra rent control ordinances. Many people don't know already that California has comprehensive rent control covering all aspects of housing provider tenant interactions. That's AB 1482 passed in 2019. Where I have issues, some issues with aspects of this California regulation, but on the whole, they provide a level playing field, even though a recent UC Berkeley Turner report indicates that initial rents have risen to a greater degree after the passage of AB 1482 than previously. Regardless, Fairfax Fairfax's extra rent control hurts homeowners, housing providers, and renters alike. It hurts us all. Far from the mayor's minor tweaks trying to make the regulations less onerous, there are still substantial provisions that cause increased liability, triple damages, that incentivize providers to pull their properties off the market, decreasing rental supply. These rent control ordinances are a prime example of regulations having the opposite of their intended goals. I request that you guys don't vote this in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Yuri Fairfax. Just wanted to mention this part in the ordinance on the 8th page. It is about the filing part, 55.54 or something like that. There's A and B. There's two sections. And I wanted to mention that I thought there should be some tweaking about this, because the thing is that one place it says that the landlords can optionally file in the future when this date comes into practice, that the landlords can optionally file for the maximum allowance. Then it also says in a section underneath that the renter can also optionally file as well. There's two filings there. The thing is I think it should be cleaned up in the terms of in the terms of the sense that it shouldn't be some sort of like optionality. It should be like something that's put, so it's not just, oh well, maybe the renter can put in a request or the landlord can put in a request, but it should be automatically like a mandatory type of thing rather than optional. The other aspect I wanted to talk about real quickly was the part about having a mediator for the town. Actually, this is, I think, is even a much more problematic politically, because if you have a town mediator, and if there's a disagreement with the town and the landlord in base what the landlord puts in the lease, saying, let's say they put in a certain percent, and the town says, no, it's this, and they say, no, it's this, then you as a renter have to get the mediator, and the mediator has to sit down between both parties. And in this case, it's more like the disagreement between what the law or the rule is, I should say the rule, and the landlord. My thing is, this thing kind of needs to be tweaked, because it's a political problem. If you have to have a mediator sit down and have these two people talk, is kind of like an adversarial position, even when you don't have an adversarial position necessarily with the landlord. It's only because they put in another percent and the town says no, and they say yes, and so forth. But they have to ultimately agree by having this mediator. This can get a little sticky when you have a mediator. Once you use the mediator, then it turns into like a political adversary situation. So something needs to be hammered out in that, I think, because I personally wouldn't want to have to go to the deal with going through a mediator just to get this dispute between the town and the landlord settled. So those are just a few things of the ordinance I would like to see tweaked a little bit. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Candace Fairfax. I'm here to implore you all to not pass this evening. I find it disingenuous that you've given us the right to vote for your own vote after our ballot initiative signature collection. You know, you all carry a lot of weight, and there's always going to be something that somebody doesn't like. You are dealing with many different aspects of the town of Fairfax while people are focusing on certain ones. There's a lot going on in this town. I would implore you all to respect the vote of the right of the people, to put these ordinances on hold, to allow for a vote in November of 2024 that you decided, and to stop spending any town monies immediately on this. On a side note, I've spoken to a few, I guess, unstatus, non-status immigrants in town that are not comfortable with their landlord handing over their personal information to the town of Fairfax. There are people that are in this town that rely on whether it's SNAP or Medi-Cal, all of a sudden having their rents reported to the town of Fairfax and now in government hands could affect those benefits. This has the unintended consequences going on and on. I'm asking you all to please not pass this tonight, vote no, and to put them on hold until we vote on them as the voters of Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Next speaker.
Mark Bell, I'll take my legislated 3 minutes. I recommend that everyone watch the first 30 to 40 minutes of the June 21st special meeting on this, starting after the public comments. So that's about 1:53 into the video. This clearly demonstrates that no one on the town council, our $400,000 a year attorney, her firm's super specialist attorney at who knows how much, the town manager at $230,000 a year, or just briefly, no one has any idea what was passed. Why should we believe that this is any different? The inconsistencies are absurd. B7, for example, not including existing non-attached ADUs as being exempt. This is a violation of the equal protection guaranteed by the US Constitution. When the town asked people to build ADUs, there were no stipulations that you would have less rights if you had a detached ADU versus an attached ADU. For cause evictions, why doesn't it simply state the total number of potential occupants that can be in a residence? There's a formula. Why isn't it there? Section C4, you can get rid of somebody if they are convicted of committing a crime within 1,000 feet, but it's okay at 1,005 feet. So you're saying the owner has no right to evict and rid his neighborhood of a proven danger? How does this make any sense? Relocation for repairs. You changed it to now almost $200 per day from what you had before, which was pretty absurd. But is that per renter or per family? Are you saying that a landlord who's been renting to 4 people now has to pay an additional $20,000 a month to a family of 4 in case they have to do substantial work and they need the family to move out? How does that make sense?
Thank you, Mark.
Right of return. As I said, I'm taking my 3 minutes.
Mark,
Right
you
of
don't have
return.
3 minutes.
And at
Sit
the same
down.
rent, the landlord still may have to hire a private detective to find the former tenants, since nothing clearly ends the landlord's responsibility. And then again, treble damages stuck back in. How come a renter is never subjected to treble damages? There's even inconsistency about rent raises. And what about a real definition of disabled? What does that mean? Is that from the ADA or is that from Social Security? And then the term terminally ill. I know someone who was terminally ill for 15 years. These things don't make sense. So how can you actually vote for this? How does this help the rental supply? And
You're
again,
blocking other people from getting their chance to speak. Please.
no, I'm not. I'm on my 3 minutes. That's guaranteed me by the
It's not.
court. Once again, this ordinance process shows the
You're over
council's
3
refusal to
minutes.
consult with the
see.
landlords while continuing to vilify them.
Next speaker, please.
Michael McIntosh. Overall, I'm sure the 5 of you are trying to approach this what you think is doing something good for the community. I brought you an example today, Sheila, that's falling through the cracks. So our most vulnerable, next step to homeless, you're not protecting, and these laws are not protecting. I will also tell you that I do not think your attorney gives you correct information or accurate information, and I have challenged her a couple times on that, and I am pleased to stand up for any sort of defamation suit, but I'll tell you for a fact, she doesn't. Okay, I also want to say, but you'll understand, that the fact that you've had testimony on this, that fact that you've changed your language, I believe this would qualify for a contested hearing. As a contested hearing, it does move it to a different elevation. I would strongly encourage you guys to get a real definition of what is substantial for a change. You can't just alter something and say you qualified for your 2 readings and vote on it. That's not applicable. It's not available to you. I've spoken many times of some of the things in here, but I will again tell you that you cannot you cannot give away or take away someone's right to exclude. So the fact that you put in this right to sublet, that's also another issue that's come up to the US Supreme Court. So any continuation for perpetuity of any tenancy is not binding. The ability to, or I should say, the need to go to the Berkeley Rent Control Board because this town council thinks you need something that you do not feel qualified to adjudicate and understand really speaks poorly, and it's another expense. So I think you should put this aside with your spending. I think you should wait for the people to vote on it and maybe take some real time to think of a better solution because this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you,
No,
Michael.
I just want to remind folks that please don't disparage our staff or members of the council. It's really disturbing, and you may have those thoughts, but Michael, it doesn't matter. You are disparaging our staff. Please stop.
Okay, let's continue. Sorry about that. Please.
Good evening, council. Joe McGarry. I'm a renter here in Fairfax, and I want to thank you all for going through the rigorous process of amending the ordinances. And I think just I enjoyed like the spike in civic engagement, that the ordinances have created, and but also I can see by the room tonight that I think you hit the spot with the amendments, that the volume's down, and I think that a lot of the folks who had issues, those issues have been addressed. So thank you. I look forward to you passing them tonight, these amendments, so that both renters and landlords can have clarity on the provisions of the amendment of the ordinances that are amended. And I look forward to moving on to implementation, because I think that's an important piece as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. And before our next speaker, I just want to remind the crowd, please, there are only a handful of you. I know you all care about this a lot and you come to each meeting and speak on this item and almost every item, but please, no hissing at folks while they're speaking, no scoffing at folks loudly so you can try to, disrupt them trying to give their public testimony or their public comment here. I find it so disrespectful personally. I know most of the community does as well. So just want to remind you all to please bring civility and bring mutual respect to this space so everybody gets their say. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Wendy, and I lived in this town for 11 years and have been advocating for renters' rights for the entire time I lived here and past that. I just wanted to remind us that the community that this is historic, what you're doing. It's come way past time. The housing crisis has been going on for a really long time, and it's just getting worse. And I just want to remind the community that, and thank the town council for what you've been doing, that this is historic. And I want to acknowledge that instead of all of the negativity that has been in the room so much. And I also acknowledge that maybe this isn't going to solve all of the problems. And maybe it's not perfect, but it sure is a start. And I look forward to seeing any positivity that can come to this community and the larger county of Marin from what you're doing. And also the woman who spoke earlier in the meeting, who was a renter, I hope that legal aid will help her. It feels awkward to sit here and have a bunch of landlords in the room say they care about her. And I wonder if any of the landlords in and out of this room are offering this woman any help, actual housing that's actually affordable, because I would love to see that happen if there's actual care for renters like her and so many others of us. And also want to encourage again, like I always do, education for both landlords and tenants about about these ordinances. It's really important that it's clear and communicated clearly in multiple ways and multiple languages. I can tell you that the county of Marin's website around these issues is pretty much impossible to decipher in some ways, and I hope that our communication is going to be better.
Thank you, Wendy. Next speaker, please.
Philip Salaberry, Scenic Road. I want to take this all the way back more than a year when you guys started talking about this. There was not good notification to the public about what you guys were doing. I've spoken to all of you about this, I think, except for Bruce. And you have acknowledged that outreach was poor. Mr. Mayor, tonight you're talking about civility. And unfortunately, when you deny people a voice, they get angry. I know that that's true for me. And I didn't find out about this until the day before you guys passed it. And I met with you and former Mayor Hellman for over an hour. And I left that meeting feeling like I was told, we had the power, tough, and fill in the blank. So if you want civility and you want people to work with you towards a goal, then you have to be open to listening to us. And all I hear from all of you is really sad. I hear from all of you that, we're sticking to our guns. We've made the decision and that's what we're going to do. And that's too bad because I feel like that's a missed opportunity. I've, along this road, mentioned and offered to all of you to some other ideas. I wanted this from the very beginning. I wanted this thing rescinded and we could have a fresh start. None of you were willing to do that. And we were not at the table. Housing providers were not at the table when this thing was crafted. This thing, after I've looked at these thousands of documents that have been released, this thing was driven by the DSA and it was driven by Leah Simon Weisberg. And that's why we're here. And that's why we have this kind of rancor and suspicion and mistrust.
Thank you, Philip. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Deborah London again, and I absolutely agree with Michael Sexton. And I just want to say you're doing it again because the first reading was a mess. I sat there and frantically tried to keep up with the changes, making notes and columns. You never presented to us a side-by-side, legible, comprehensive, understandable difference between the two documents. It was a mess. You should have never done a first reading. And for this to be a second reading is crazy. You're doing it again. You're not notifying us. You're not giving us anything to look at. You're just pushing it through. Again, another missed opportunity. And no, the issues have not been addressed. Whoever said that. Whatever this amended version is still paralyzing to landlords. 75% of CPI, we cannot survive on that. Yet, even in your consent item, you are talking about raises, Heather, and I don't know what else, but you talked about 2 meetings ago how you had to raise 3% because you couldn't, insurance costs had gone up, everything. Yet we continued, evidently landlords are third-class citizens. We can't get our full cost of living so that we can survive. Nobody's making money here. We're surviving. We're paying our property taxes and we're paying our maintenance and our mortgages. And that's it. So I am vehemently opposed once again to a second reading on this issue. There should have never been a first reading last time we talked about this. So do the right thing. Do not read this as a second reading. As a matter of fact, you have to go back. You need a first reading before you can have a second reading. And the other thing is if I can find my notes, what was I going to say? No clarity. Someone said that they look forward to the clarity. There is no clarity on this. Nobody can understand it. Like one of the folks said, Janet couldn't even understand it the other day. And Candace said, I forbid you to spend one more penny of our tax dollars on implementation. Yeah, I know you hate that I said forbid. You're like, I'll do what I want. But you need to let it go to the vote of the people. You need to wait till November. Let the people decide. You're still ramming it down everybody's throats. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. You can go to folks on Zoom.
Yes, Mayor. I see 5 raised hands. With the first, okay, there are more now. Susan Malloy is the first speaker, followed by Morgan Schmidt-Feng. And Susan, you're unmuted now.
We can come back after we do the Zoom, folks. Thanks.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I want to thank everybody. I want to urge you to approve the ordinances on the second reading and to implement them. They're making a great difference already. Some people have said that California law provides everything a tenant needs. Well, that's not true. 10% rent increases last year, 9.5% rent increases this year are a huge burden to people. And also, just cause eviction is very important. Look what's happening to the seniors in the building in Sausalito. They have no protection. With a just cause eviction, ordinance, that would not happen to seniors in our town. And just to give you some concrete examples, I work with the St. Vincent de Paul groups, and all of the conferences around Marin County are getting hit with requests for rent help and terribly sad stories. Community Action Marin works very hard to help people, but their monies are drying up. Also, adoptive families, the same situation. As one example, we have now where a woman living in a safe house in Fairfax was trying to rent a room, and she only could find a room for $1,300 a month, and the moving costs were over $3,000. So this is the kind of situation that tenants face. And you don't find landlords lowering their rents at all. So again, thank you very much. Please approve this and implement it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Susan.
The next speaker is Morgan Schmidt-Feng, followed by Deborah Benson. And Morgan, you're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Morgan Schmidt-Feng, and I am a Fairfax renter, and I'm also a landlord income provider. And I just wanted to make sure that folks, on the council heard from folks that are renting in this town that we really appreciate the work that you guys have been doing and really appreciate all of the over and over again, you've been, going through the dialogue and making sure that everybody's voices are heard. And so we really appreciate that work that you guys have been doing. And we hope that these amended ordinances can take effect and actually do the good work that they're intended to do. Just in 2 years, my wife and I have had our rent increased by nearly $4,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment. That's with, that's trying to make that work with the pandemic slowdown of my work. So, it's real what people are going through trying to cover that kind of rent increase of almost $4,000 in just 2 years. So anyway, I hope that what I've said has some impact on your decisions. And I think that you guys are on the right path. And I appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Pardon me, I cannot hear the Zoom public comment. We heard from you. If you could take your conversation outside so we can respect the folks that want to speak via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Jody Timms. And Deborah, you're unmuted now. Deborah Benson, you might have to unmute yourself. Okay.
Why don't we come back to her? Deb, if you could just raise your hand again, and we'll try it again in a moment, but we'll go on.
Okay, the next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by maybe Deborah and maybe Kay. Jody, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Council. I want to urge you to adopt and implement the amended ordinances. I think I've mentioned before, I wouldn't live in this town if I hadn't lived in a rent-controlled apartment in San Francisco for 15 years. I'm in great support of these rental protections as a homeowner and a home provider who's offered an ADU for rent for 30 years in Fairfax. This has been a very thorough process. It's been a very public process. I think it's been a wonderful process, and I really appreciate what you've done, and I support you moving forward tonight to adopt and implement these amended ordinances. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jody.
The next speaker is Kay. Deborah, you might need to raise your hand again. Kay is followed by Claire Armitage. And Kay, you're unmuted now.
Hi, I just want to say, regardless of what happens tonight, you have to implement the rent control. You are not allowing the landlords to have the opportunity to have fair rate of return. You're not allowing them to have their due process. That is the 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, or deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So I think, and this doesn't affect me at all, but I do think the town of Fairfax will be liable for any landlord that has not been able to do the due process. So at the least, you do need to set up an appeal process to go along with the 14th Amendment. I would ask Janet to bring this back to her council and see if they agree. I'm a nurse, I'm not a lawyer, but I can see that the town itself will be liable for any money that a landlord might get that might be due to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
The next speaker is Claire Armitage, followed by Deborah Benson. Claire, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Town Council. I'm struggling with trying to see the fiscal responsibility here of implementing ordinances that may very well be overturned next November. It seems like a potential waste of money and time. So I would urge you in the out of respect for fiscal responsibility to those of us in the town and those of us who voted for you, not to pass the ordinances and to let the voters decide in November. I also would like to point out that there's a huge difference between 75% of CPI and 10% rent increases. It seems to me that something could be done that tenants could live with and that landlords could live with, where there isn't such a risk for us in terms of being able to maintain safe, habitable, and enjoyable properties, with the limits on what you are putting on our ability to raise rents. And as other homeowners have stated, our property taxes go up. My insurance on where I live has gone up $1,500 in the last 2 years because of fire issues in the town. Property taxes are constantly going up, utilities. And one other thing too is that there are a lot of elderly senior renters, and there are also those of us who are senior landlords. And we also face issues about aging in place and hoping to be able to remain in a town that we love. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. I just want to make a point that I agree with Claire about wasting money and continuing this policy that is potentially going to be nullified in 2024. Hopefully, it would have been sooner, but I agree with her. I want to make a point that there's a difference between making disparaging remarks about staff and council and criticism of job performance. Criticism is allowed under the Brown Act, Robert's Rules of Order, and the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights. So I would like you to pay attention to that, the difference between being disparaging and being critical. All right, thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deb.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Sierra Tuna Fish Salin. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. PJ Pfeffer, speaking solely as an individual Fairfax homeowner. First, just to follow up on the comments directly preceding mine on the difference between criticism and disparaging remarks. They touch on something that I was just going to highlight from, pointing out the irony about a lot of disparaging remarks and people talking over other speakers, which I know has happened to me, coming from a crowd that is otherwise very keen to enforce the Brown Act, but the Brown Act is also where there are guidelines on maintaining civility and order in these meetings and not having disparaging remarks. When it comes to the amendment, I would like to oppose passing these amendments and continue to the town continue to implement the ordinances as they were drafted originally. I've not heard significant substantive discussion of why these particular amendments are needed, and of concern right now, and again, speaking just as an individual, is whether or not these amendments paring back the ordinances, let alone the ballot initiative, are in violation of California's law, which enshrined the HUD and federal government requirements to affirmatively further fair housing, implementing goals and plans that affirmatively further fair housing and the housing element. We noted our previous plans and the original housing element draft submitted. We got comments still that we have more work to improve there. And California HCD and HUD guidance all says that strong tenant protections and rent control policies are part and parcel of a good affirmatively furthering fair housing plan. And we seem to be going the opposite direction, which I'm afraid will get the town into trouble. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sierra, followed by Rainero Miranda. And Sierra, you're unmuted now.
We have the pleasure of living in one of the most expensive counties anywhere. We live in a really expensive place, be we renters, be we homeowners. If you look at the costs, especially since the pandemic, of insurance, of property taxes, of just about everything, there's a pretty big disconnect happening, and vilification somehow of landlords is somehow being in an oversimplistic way, kind of evil, money grabbing, profiteering. Some landlords are, but for the most part, this is also Fairfax, and we have been historically one of the lowest rents, least expensive places in Marin County, at least in central Marin. For Fairfax to bear the brunt of the whole county and the Fairfax landlords is rather unfair. It's not balanced. I'm not quite sure how to fix it. We have a big problem all the way around. Population, environmentally, air, water, soil, quality of our roads. Like, what are we doing to actually build community and work together to solve our problems? I mean, it'd be really nice if humans could get together, work on global warming or even water quality. It'd be really nice if we did. I kind of don't think we're going to get it together, but it'd be really nice if we did. How do we work together rather than just screaming and fighting at each other? And somehow it's like renters versus landlords. How do we rebuild the community? It's not in a good space. Anyway, thank you very much. Good luck. And, despite all of our accomplishments, the only reason that we're alive, period, is about 6 inches of topsoil and the fact that it rains. And we're not taking care of business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sierra.
The next speaker is Rainero Miranda, and the last speaker. You're unmuted now.
Yes, hello. I like to use the problem of affordable housing to a metaphor. If we want to build a skyscraper, we have different ideas how to do that. So one side, the renters would say, this is how we resolve this problem. The landlords would say, this is how we solve the problem. And so obviously we're going to have disagreements. But what I like to propose is that what we're talking about here is not how we're going to build, how this structure is going to look like, but how we're going to keep it erect so it won't fall to the side. And that is the foundation. We need to dig very deep and make very strong foundations so that whatever structure we make is going to be strong enough to stand. I think the ordinances that we are been discussing, the rent control and just eviction, are foundations to the problem of affordable housing. So it has to be done. There has to be a cap of how much people can pay so they can afford to stay in this town. People that work here, people that contribute to our community, we have to make a conscious effort to help them stay. And so this is the foundation. Once we have this foundation, then we can decide and continue to talk to one another and see how we're going to build the structure, right? How we're going to resolve eventually the whole issue of affordable housing. But we need to have these foundations in place. So I want to honor you, all of you council members, for going forward, for the courage that you have to pass these ordinances. And I support you and I encourage you to stay strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no further raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, great. And I think Mallory wanted to speak in the room. So then we'll go to Mallory and take it back to the dais.
Okay. I have a question for Janet or for anybody else. If it is true that all these words were changed in the first draft, is it still considered a first draft when you've changed it? Or do we see this as a second draft or the more current one? Because I think that makes a really big difference legally.
Thank you, Mallory. Yeah, well, I'm happy to carry your question forward.
It's just a yes. It's a yes or no. I mean, is it?
We'll carry it forward.
Yeah.
We don't answer questions at this point.
Okay. I've been told that there were, for renters, there was nothing sent out to announce to them about these meetings. And And yet you guys had money to send out to other people for other things throughout the town. So I would like that that to be put together, like when does stuff not afford to go out, followed by when things do go out, because there's a disconnect there. I also want to say thank you for putting this on second, but I think we had to sit through number 1, and the only reason we were on 2 and 3 was because there was no 8 and 9. So I really want you guys to think about putting these, what considered the town important issues, earlier than they have been, even today, even though it was number 2. Okay. And I just want to say I'm for voting, not for deciding today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mallory.
Hi, I'm Dave Bronco, and longtime property owner here in Fairfax. And the town of Fairfax has not notified, still has not notified all the owners. Previously, they said they did not know how to reach out to all the stakeholders and housing providers, so they didn't. Yet 2 months ago, they sent the anonymous postcard printed on both sides to every registered mailbox to go and tell if your neighbor was using a combustible engine or equipment for, to basically rat out your neighbor. And they still aren't notifying everyone in town about these ordinances. And I am trying to see what differences were made. And it's very convoluted when I'm reading these changes, that supposed changes, and they're minor, and they're pretty much, in my opinion, not helpful. I'm a landlord and I don't have trouble any of these. I don't have any issues with my tenants, but I wanted to sell my property and nobody wants to buy. No investor wants to deal with this kind of stuff. It's crazy. And it's making it, for me, being a senior and a person who wanted to retire, have to keep working because I have to keep my buildings, because no one will buy them because of these ordinances. So it isn't fair to try to solve these problems on the backs of landlords, like was previously said, for all of them in to solve the problems of homelessness, which I thoroughly am involved in with helping homeless people. But there's better answers than to, this isn't the right answer. And we need to revisit it and do something that works better than this, because it's having an adverse effect already. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, with that, we will close public. Sorry, only one.
Just one question about the ordinance. Is there something about the CPI will be announced every April? And I wanted to know if that's something in implementation, or is this just something that is already in effect?
Already in effect.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, closing public comment and taking back to the dais. Initial questions that I had, I wanted to just carry that question forward because it was, I think Mallory said it really well, but a couple people brought it up related to, reading things into the record as far as amendments between the first and second reading, or how we do fine tweaks or something in the first reading. Could you speak to how that all works, Janet?
Yeah, there are a number of questions here. The first one, I think, is yes, there is a citizens initiative. It's been set for November of 2024 for a vote, but that doesn't preclude the council from making changes to existing ordinances. There's no such thing as a threshold or a big change, a little change, a minor change, a major change. You can change it in any way you like. It doesn't magically cross some threshold and become a new ordinance or something. It's an existing ordinance. You're making amendments to it, and that's all you need to characterize it as. You have to have 2 reads of the same thing. And so frequently what happens is there are changes made during first reading, and those changes are written down, and the same change is made at second reading. So you have two readings of the same thing. That's what we've done here. We've done that many, many times. And I think that there's a lot of feeling that you shouldn't perhaps change this until the vote, but that's not a requirement at all. A vote is going to happen in November of 24. It doesn't stay the modification of these ordinances at all. You can change them tonight. You can change them 3 months from now. You can change them as much as you'd like.
Great. Thank you. And then I had one more sort of comment and question, which is for Heather. I know it did come up in July, formally budgeting a certain amount of money for like postcard or outreach, just to have that there, because sometimes that's project based and budgeted in, like with Sean's project related to the landscaping. There was something in the budget related to mailing a notice out, and granted, it went to every registered mailbox, as Dave was alluding to. At the same time, we know that many landlords don't live in Fairfax. We have landlords living in Utah and Pittsburgh and elsewhere. It's one of the reasons why Michael Burke and folks really wanted to have folks from Zoom be able to participate in the workshop, is because there are many landlords that aren't Fairfax residents. We still don't have easy capability on our end to address or to mail out things to people out of state. We don't really have that list, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So we do have a multifamily list, which is very short because it contains the larger properties, right? So it doesn't contain a lot of the estimate of 1,000 units that the county provided. And I want to point out, I did put in the budget an estimate for many of the things that we would need. I don't have a specific estimate for that type of mailing yet, but I do have other estimates in that budget item. And I can talk about that more now if you'd like, or
we can talk about it later. But
thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Other council member comments, questions? Councilmember Ackerman?
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I hope that Janet's explanation of the first and second reading process is clear. It's clear to me, but we do this all the time with ordinances. We talk about something, then staff brings us an ordinance, and then we tweak it a little bit on the first reading. And then we can't tweak it on the second reading because what we ended up with on the first reading has to be the same as what we passed the second reading. So we won't be tweaking it tonight. Or if we did, this would become a first reading again. But that's not unusual. And as far as any unclarity about what we're voting on tonight, it's in the staff report. There's a red line in living color. That is the red line between the original ordinance and the amended ordinance that we might pass tonight. And it doesn't matter whether it was where that came from. That is what we're voting on tonight. There's no subterfuge. That's the difference between the original ordinance and the new ordinance that we would be, or the amended ordinance. The amendments are by and large amendments that address issues that we've heard from the community, primarily from landlords. They have made it easier on the landlords. There are a number of rentals that are not going to be subject to the just cause eviction, that as if we pass this tonight, there are decreased payments, there are simplifications, there are a number of things in there. They're pretty much all helpful to the landlords and trying to soften this ordinance. Some people may not like that. Some people may think it should go away completely, but there's no reason why. In fact, it would be, in my opinion, anti-democratic if we didn't try to do something about it now. What voters will be able to choose when they go to the ballot in November of 2024 will be between, on the one hand, what the ballot initiative says, which is get rid of it all, don't do any rent control. And in fact, we can't even talk about rent control again. You'll have that on the one side, or on the other side, you'll have what our best effort has been at trying to implement something to address this issue in our town. So why not offer the voters our best effort as opposed to something that wasn't our best effort, that we all have seen could use some work, that we knew from the beginning would need some tweaking. So we are going to continue to do our best effort. And then in 2024, voters will be able to decide between that best effort and nothing at all. That is not anti-democratic. It is democratic. I'm sorry if that's confusing, but that's the way I see it. I don't think it is. There's nothing subterfuge and there's nothing anti-democratic about us trying to improve these ordinances. Now, the implementation is a separate question, and we haven't discussed that yet. We might discuss it more tonight, but the question of what the ordinances actually say versus the question of when and in what stages and how much it'll cost to implement the ordinances, that's a separate question. So just to try to allay some of the confusion about that, that's the way I see the lay of the land.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah, a couple of comments. The way I understand the initiative that will be voted on in November 2024 is to go to AB 1482 as a reversion and also go back to the mandatory mediation. That was something that we had in the code. But and that, should that pass, that would be where we are, and a vote of the people would be required to change it. Okay, so just to very shortly give a little history, some of you know that last year I tried to provide compromises which weren't accepted. Ultimately, I voted no on the just cause because I thought it went way too far. And I also had asked for more outreach to landlords, which we did not do specific outreach to landlords. As far as the rent stabilization, even though I had concerns about it, the difference with the rent stabilization is Costa-Hawkins limits what is covered. And that is that units built after 1995 are not covered, and single-family homes and condos are not included under Costa-Hawkins. So I felt that it was a more limited universe, even though I had some concerns. Okay, so where we are tonight is when we did the first reading of this ordinance, I had hoped to exempt more units. I had hoped to exempt fourplexes and below, fourplexes, triplexes, duplexes, all ADUs, all JADUs, and single rooms in houses. We didn't really come to that, but there are some exemptions in here that I feel that we've taken a step further, and I'm a party of one, so my requests aren't necessarily always the way that the council would go, nor is that always the right way. I also wanted other changes, some of which were accepted, others weren't. And also, as far as the rent cap, I had asked that we go to the CPI, not where it was at 60%. And I believe the council went to 75% of the CPI, which is a little step further. I feel that I'm not jumping up and down thinking these are the greatest things, even with the amendments. But I think that we've made some steps. And in the interim, until the vote, I think it's a good idea for us to move forward with these. And there will be some folks who will be exempt by these. And they're certainly not everything I dreamed of, and I'm sure not everything that folks in this dais dreamed of, but I think it's a good step, and it's not perfect. But I think it's where we've made some, maybe small inroads to some, but to others, maybe this is enough for them because they're exempt now. So I think we're there. And just to clarify that, you know, the red line is clear of all the changes that were made. And I think we're at a point where I'm ready to say it's time to move forward with these. And I think Kay brought up something that was important, that without the due process and the ability to appeal, for example, a rent increase, that's a problem for housing providers or landlords. So I think we need to, I don't know that we should talk about the implementation tonight, because I think we've got some time before, if we vote for these, they would take effect. But I'm prepared to go forward with them tonight. Tonight, because it's actually one ordinance. So I appreciate everybody stepping forward, and I realize it's created a lot of anger, a lot of divisiveness, and I think it's difficult for anyone to speak on these without some emotion. So thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh.
Yeah, I have some comments. Thank you both for your comments. So I don't find that everyone, can read ordinances. I know I enjoy, getting clarity in terms of the legalese and so forth. And I just want to point folks to page 6 of the just cause ordinance. And that really gets at some of the significant changes with regard to exceptions. So on the town website, we have an exemption table, and staff will be updating that should these pass this evening. But it's a table that has listed, the description of, for example, room in a single family home with its own bathroom or kitchen. That's exempt from rent stabilization. And currently it reads that it reads yes for just cause, so that it is eligible. That will be changing to no. Okay, so rooms in a single family home, regardless of bathroom, regardless of kitchen, will become ineligible. Similarly, JADUs. So if the owner of the JADU is residing there, regardless of a separate entrance, regardless of bathroom, bedroom shared, JDUs, if the owner occupies, they are exempt from just cause. And ADUs, regardless of their construction date, if it's attached and the owner occupies, those become exempt. So I just want to make sure that's really clear. I believe your name is David. That's not something that was covered in the staff report, and this updated table will be provided in the next couple of weeks. I also prepared some words because, as you said, this can be emotional. This is something that I worked on personally for over a year, and I'm very proud of the leadership role I played in developing these policies and the subsequent amendments. I'm proud of this council and how we and town staff have handled the past 9 months. It's not been easy on any of us. These 2 tenant protection ordinances reflect our values as a community, considering the voices of the whole and not just the loudest. Stronger tenant protections are an effective strategy that will offer communities stability during the affordable housing crisis we face in Marin, explicitly preventing displacement and homelessness. We want folks to be able to live where they work, including our fire department, our police department, and teachers. And it will serve to protect the little social and economic diversity we have. And we know they're effective, with Creekside Apartments having to pull back their unlawful rent increase. I am grateful renters in Fairfax will not face what residents of Portofino Apartments in Sausalito, 400 Canal in San Rafael, Skylark in Larkspur have recently experienced. Fairfax renters have cost predictability and can plan their lives and finances accordingly. As we get closer to the 2024 general election, where a ballot initiative could dramatically roll back these protections, I encourage everyone, including media, to seek answers to questions through verifiable sources, rely on facts and evidence as opposed to fear tactics and propaganda, and of course, follow the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hellman. And you have anything to say, Councilmember Patch? We don't all have to say something, but
yeah, but I think this has been a huge journey for all of us. So I do want to say something. One thing I wanted to say is that we are listening to everybody. And I know that I personally have put in hours and hours talking, especially to smaller landlords, both within this jurisdiction and people that I know elsewhere, seeking, some ideas about what they think about these. And I really want to thank the people who have been willing to talk to me, because it's been eye-opening, and they have really spurred some of the changes that have taken place in these ordinances. So that is important to me, that I acknowledge those people and really acknowledge the fact that I think a lot of the other council members also spoke to folks and tried to hear what they were saying and really put ourselves in their shoes. I did want to say that the ordinances are in effect, right? So their law, we want them to be the best they can be, because people need to work with them until November 2024. And there were some issues that even before I got on the council were of concern to me. And one of them was the inclusion of renters in a room in the landlord's home. And I was concerned about that from the get-go. I talked to Councilmember Kohler about that last May. And, so I'm happy that we were able to address some of those issues as we are trying to do tonight. I agree with Wendy, who said that we need a lot more education. I think we even need a lot more education on AB 1482, because I hear people who would actually be eligible under that law not understanding how it impacts what they're doing with their rental, whether they're a renter or a landlord. And, there may be other changes that get made if this survives the ballot, because I continue to listen to people. We continue to try to make things the best they can be for all sides of an issue. And I did want to note that I don't feel like we're vilifying landlords by passing laws that regulate rents any more than we're vilifying drivers or bikers by having traffic laws. That's why I'm really interested in making this the best that it can be. Just because it's been a really difficult conversation doesn't mean it's been a worthless or unfruitful conversation. I think it brought up a difficult topic that just wasn't being talked about. I did want to note that somebody mentioned that the triple damages are back. One of the things that we discussed about the triple damages was that instead of saying shall, I think we changed it to may, the word may, so that a judge could, or somebody who was making a decision could consider triple damages, but could also not consider triple damages based on the individual situations. We wanted to leave that flexibility because we know situations are different. Wanted to just note that things may be changing fast. We don't know at the federal level and at the state level. Joe Biden issued a Renters' Bill of Rights recently. There's a lot of concern on the federal level about what's happening with rentals and renters nationwide. Some people in Congress are pushing for stronger national control on rents. More than 30 U.S. economists have signed a letter expressing support for strong federal tenant protections and rent control as housing costs remain sky high, even amid broadly cooling inflation. The Supreme Court has consistently affirmed that states have broad power to regulate housing conditions in general and the landlord-tenant relation in particular. However, I will note that right now there are two landlord lobbying groups who are petitioning the Supreme Court to overturn New York City's rent stabilization law, which would allow further countrywide challenges to rent control. And part of that's being spurred reportedly by real estate billionaires who are friendly with court justices backing the move. So these groups are hoping that a more right-leaning Supreme Court will help them overturn prior rulings on rent control. So that could happen. Or we could get stronger rent stabilization measures at a federal level, depending on which way the winds blow. And so that petition will be decided on September 26th. So if they accept it, justices will decide the case during their 2023-2024 term. So just an interesting little context of the nationwide picture for where we're at right now. And I think that's all I had to say. But again, it's been a long journey, and I'm proud of the council's willingness to sit and take in all of the information and try to craft something that's an improvement.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash. And I just second a lot of the sentiments that folks shared. It has been a really humbling and rewarding year thus far, digging into this that much further. Obviously, when this first came to the council as a presentation in March of 2022, I wouldn't have guessed that it would have been still being worked through this winter, this fall. But I think it's a testament to the community's interest in trying to get this right. I think the ability for our community to harness the interest that was expressed in December and in February, and to create a process where we could have hundreds of people on top of the hundreds of people we heard from last year, but hundreds of new voices that were ignited and interested, and getting those in surveys, in the workshops, despite the challenges with the workshop and everything like that, the ability to get hundreds and hundreds of unique comments, if not for the survey, thousands of unique comments that were baked into these amendments. I think it's just a testament of the community's interest in trying to get this right. And at the end of the day, I think it's just clear to, we want to be clear what the intention is. It's to prevent abrupt and arbitrary evictions, to prevent constructive evictions via unreasonable rental increases, and to fundamentally prevent displacement of our neighbors. So that was the intention going in. I think there's always more work to be done on affordable housing issues and on these issues with all y'all in the room. But feeling really great that we're able to land here this evening after so much work that's been put in over the last year and a half plus working on this with y'all. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion.
Janet, can you help with this? What is this?
Public comment is over.
I'd like to, can you pull his?
Point of order relates to anything that would not be considered appropriate conduct of the meeting. For example, if the chair moved on to vote a motion that permits debate without allowing the discussion or debate.
There's been plenty of questions, public comment. I think the real point of order is you standing up and speaking out of turn when we called for a motion on the floor. So if you could please sit down, Mr. Greenberg, I appreciate it. You were speaking. Sorry.
Like to make a motion and I'll read by title only. Is that right? And adopt ordinance of the town council of the town of Fairfax amending chapters 5.54 just cause evictions and 5.55 rent stabilization program of the Title V of the Fairfax Town Code.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Do we need a friendly amendment that says this is the second reading and incorporates minor edits read into the record at the first reading on August 2nd, 2023?
Is that required?
It's not required. She said adoption. So it is the second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion Hellman and second Blash. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
That's ayes all.
Thank you all. And we will move on to our next item of the evening, which is agenda item number 3, which is to discuss, consider residents' petition submitted per town code regarding costs associated with ordinances numbers 870 and 871, and to direct staff as appropriate. And Philip, will you be giving the speech on this?
Thank you. I have a prepared statement here, which I'm going to read in a moment, but I just want to make you guys aware. I've touched on this a couple times tonight. When you all up there on the dais, the ones that are doing it, some of you are not, but many of you are. You're nodding your head in approval when you like things that align with your beliefs. And it's really kind of infuriating to the other side. Imagine how it would be to the other side if you were agreeing with me. And mostly that's not happening. So I just want to point that out to you. The optics there are really kind of troubling and disturbing. And it just continues this kind of adversarial kind of relationship we have. So I just want to get that out there. I need my glasses. I'd like to start by thanking you, Mr. Mayor, for your ongoing Q&A at the farmers market. It's really nice for citizens to be able to discuss with you the myriad of issues facing the town one-on-one, and I appreciate that. The public issue agenda petition I filed requesting the council instruct staff to provide an accounting of all taxpayer money spent to date on rent control is something we discussed at the farmers market, and I appreciate you agreeing that it's a good idea to provide residents with transparency, specifically on how much money has been spent on rent control. At the farmers market, you said you didn't think it was that much, but you, nor Miss Abrams, our town manager, could say how much. In addition to instructing staff to compile an exact dollar amount spent thus far, citizens would like to know what the council thinks it will cost to implement the ordinances going forward. Context is really important. According to a detailed spreadsheet, Kurt Reese of the DSA sent former Mayor Hellman and CC'd you, Mr. Mayor, titled Summary of California Rent Control Budgets and Programs dated July 10, 2022, there were less than 3 petitions filed with the town of Fairfax by tenants for excessive rent increases in the years 2021 and 2022. That's less than 2 per year. A town of Fairfax staff report dated September 2, 2022 shows a $76,000 estimate to be paid to the City of Berkeley Rent Board for adjudicating disputes here in Fairfax, and an additional $40,000 to be paid to Legal Aid of Marin to represent tenants in Fairfax. The same spreadsheet estimates the town will need 1 full-time employee dedicated to managing rent control. The cost of new staff being hired, including salary and benefits, is likely to be in the neighborhood of $120,000 to $150,000 per year. Taking the lower amount of $120,000 plus the estimated $116,000 to pay the City of Berkeley and legal aid, that's a total of $236,000 taxpayer dollars. That's the estimate for the first year. I hope you all up there can agree that $236,000 is a sobering amount of citizen money to spend on less than 2 disputes a year. This does not include the money you've already spent on consultants and the town attorney's law firm. It's important for citizens to know that the town attorney gets paid for billable hours. She is not a salaried employee. I am sure her law firm also bills as billable hours for additional employees back at the firm that work behind the scenes, researching rent control, etc. What the town attorney's hourly rate? Is it $800 per hour? $1,000 per hour? I don't know. I do know her firm is running a business and they make money by billing as many billable hours as possible. This is why it is so important to shine a bright light into the dark corners of rent control. Residents of Fairfax have the right to know how our money is being spent. And this is why I'm specifically requesting that the council instruct staff to compile an accounting of every penny that's been spent on rent control so far and provide a realistic estimate of future costs going forward, including the cost to the town and cost and fees that are going to be charged to housing providers should the ordinances survive in 2024. Lastly, prior to the council passing these rent control ordinances, our terrific town clerk was able to do her job without an assistant. Since you passed rent control, the town's had to hire a new employee and pay a new salary and pay new benefits. So I guess that's another cost associated with rent control. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. Okay, so I guess, well, the first thing I just wanted to do, because I do want to hand it over to staff briefly. So do we have to ask, is there public comment on this item that needs to be open? And do folks on the council have questions before we open the public comment on this? Okay.
So perhaps I think there's two questions. One is perhaps I'm incorrect, but Michelle Gardner, our town clerk, has been overworked for several years. And it's crushing, soul crushing, I believe. And we actually, a few years ago, put in the budget to hire an assistant. We weren't able to do so. And the work is much more than one person. And many towns, small towns of our size or even smaller, have two folks doing this work. So it's my understanding that this has nothing to do with those ordinances. This is something that we've had a need for several years. And Michelle works many hours overtime to try to fill the niche. And with Christine here, I think we're finally seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. My other question is, and just because we keep having all these allegations about our town attorney, isn't it correct that your hourly rate is quite a deal for us? It's, I believe, $225 an hour and has not been raised in many years.
That is the general rate, and it hasn't been raised in, I don't remember the last time it was raised, but yes, that is correct. The contract is a public record. Anybody can find it. It's available upon request. But that is the general services rate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we're going to open public comment on this item, so folks can come up to the mic, and you have 2 minutes, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to address firstly the disparaging comment by Councilmember Hellman. It was a reference that she said, follow the money. I think that's in reference to the Fairfax Residents PAC.org, which was instrumental in helping the initiative going there. As you know, Councilmember Hellman, all that was who donated our donors is listed in the town of Fairfax public record. That is about, you can follow the money if you look at those records. In regards to following the money, in all other municipalities, it'd be considered really poor governing for the town council to impose regulations without knowing the financial costs to the taxpayers or the people it will directly affect. Yet here we go again to continue to disregard basic financial common sense and leap forward into the morass of having to pay untold costs for regulations that benefit only a select minority of residents. Most of the people if not all the people speaking in support of the extra rent control ordinances, don't think that they will have to pay any of the costs. That could not be further from the truth. Due to the extra rent control regulations that you are imposing again tonight, not only will renters and new renters and renters in transition, like the woman who spoke earlier this evening, will be subjected to higher initial rents because of reduced supply. But not only them, but every homeowner and housing provider that you will ask to pay for implementation will see a dip in their property value. Every homeowner, housing provider, and renter will be negatively hurt and negatively affected by these extra rent control ordinances. You acknowledge that you don't know how much this is going to cost us, the taxpayers. I will say to you that you should figure that out first before you ask us to pay directly and indirectly for the regulations that have a good chance of being overturned next November. I ask you to find out how much you have spent already of the town's attorneys and staff money, how much these needless regulations will cost the town and the taxpayers in the future, and how much the ordinances will directly cost housing providers and how much it will cost renters.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Hello, Town Council, Michael McIntosh. Since I'm up here so many times, I should probably also disclose that I'm exempt from your rent control laws, just cause, and anything else that you add or amend to my language. Because if you review California Government Code 9217, it states very clearly that when there's initiative by the people, unless it's trumped by the state, you cannot add, alter, or amend. But I still feel very strongly that you're hurting the community, and that's why I continue to come up here and speak. So to this, the first thing, Chance, I appreciate the conversation we had beforehand, but you made a very false statement when you said that this started with your first hearing when it's brought to the town council in March of 2022. I have shared with you that I have the emails between you and Berkeley Rent Control Board and the DSA going back to at least November 2021. And I can provide this in case your memories have failed. And in fact, I see the question mark. Ms. Hellman, at that time, you're using an email that was shellman@gmail, which is also supposed to be provided for all of our PRAs. Specifically to the interest of Michelle, Michelle does a fine job. I think the reason Michelle is overworked is because of the way you guys conduct business. She has to do double time to cover you guys. She has to, just for me alone, to answer my PRAs, she has to do all this work because you guys are not transparent or making it clear enough that I have to go through a formal channel. Christine is now going to be burdened again with your work. So Michelle is overworked, not because of what rules and stuff for our town. It's because of the way you guys conduct your business. So even making your statement, Chance, of like, oh, the first time you heard this was in March. Come on, we're not that stupid, and it's just offensive. And if you would like to challenge it, please tell me, and I'll put on next door any email you want. So truth will be the victor here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Todd Greenberg. So the petition that's been presented to you is asking for an accounting. We have a treasurer, we have an accountant, and this seems to be something that you won't let go of, but you're charged with being fiscally responsible. You took an oath of office. You're supposed to be fiscally responsible to the people of Fairfax, yet you have no idea how much you've spent or how much you're planning to spend. And the answer that we just got from the town attorney was a partial answer. That was a general amount. Well, how much is the actual amount? Because I think we've gone over it before that the town attorney's billings almost doubled last year. How much has been spent? Give the people an answer and don't spend any more money until you do, because you are abusing the power of your office and being fiscally irresponsible. Okay, I've got 45 seconds here. I'm going to share with you. I believe this town is under Robert's Rules of Order, but I'm going to share with you what the evolution of Robert's Rules of Order is one part of it that San Anselmo is under, which is Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And it says rules should enforce the will of the majority while protecting the rights of the minority. The ultimate purpose of the rules procedure is to encourage discussion and to facilitate decision-making by the body. In a democracy, the majority rules. The rules must enable the majority to express itself and fashion a result while permitting the minority to also express itself, parentheses, but not dominate, close parentheses, and fully participate in the process. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Parkville, Fairfax. I won't need 3 minutes. You haven't discussed what it's going to cost to hire a cybersecurity specialist because you want everyone to give you personal financial information that's going to be put on a computer. And I can assure you that you do not have a hack-proof security system operating in this town. Cybersecurity people make a lot of money, like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Are you going to need them part-time or are you going to need them full-time? That also needs to be part of your calculations. So at this point, what we're looking at $500,000 maybe a year to enforce something that affects 2 or 3 people a year? Really?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Money is not my specialty. My specialty is people. But something that even I can see after speaking with some of you, I was asking about what kind of fees were we looking for? What kind of income would this bring the town? We didn't have those answers. We pulled triggers on this without knowing some of the financial benefits to the town or costs to the town. Benefits to the population of the town and costs to the population of the town. There is a large opportunity here for transparency and clarity. I think all of us would be very interested to see what these numbers are when we finally come up with them. I know a lot of people were upset at possibly outsourcing to Berkeley when we have very smart people in this town that we could hire or create our own job here. We talked tonight about needing money for the wall property. You know, the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center is going to be offered to be sold to us. I think we already denied it once. You know, those are monies in this town that we could be using in certain ways to add and to benefit the whole of the town. I am a renter. I am for rental protections, but I am not for making it impossible for landlords and property owners and housing providers to rent to people because of liability and possible loss. I do property management. I have seen everything that we're all talking about, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But the cost of all of this is something that we all really need to look at and understand. And I'm very curious to see the end of these numbers. I'd like to understand them and maybe go over them with any of you. So I implore all of you to help get these numbers together and as quickly as possible, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm all for transparency, but it does feel like kind of a tactic to stall implementation. But I'll just say, like, I think that the town manager provided in the last budget as part of the planning section an estimate of what implementation would look like. It was clearly stated there that it wouldn't be included in the budget until there was a resolution for implementation, but I think the numbers came out to be roughly about $126,000 forecasting what implementation would look like. So it's there. And I think also maybe familiarizing ourselves with the the financial statements and disbursement reports every month. That my experience is that the finance director, Michael's very he knows everything within those, and like that any spends, if you're looking what that was spent on, he will have an answer for you. And so every spend that's been made on rent control has been included in the consent calendar over the last year. So the lack of transparency, I don't think that that's an actual claim, a real claim, because the numbers are there. They just need to be found. And lastly, I think that like what this all sounds to me is like that if we're going to ask staff to generate these numbers, to put them together, it should be in the form of a staff report for the implementation, the resolution for implementation. That's everything would be included there, and that would be a proper spend of resources to get that numbers. Then the requesters would have the numbers and we could move forward with implementation. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Guidheim, Fairfax. I want to also address when you say $225 about, you're not talking about extra, whatever adds on and I think this is part of why people have a hard time with what seems to look like dishonesty or avoidance. If somebody wants to know how much our taxes are being spent, then give us a real number, not a approximately, unless something else is going to happen. I just feel like also we just had a meeting where 3 people were on one side and everybody else was on the other side. And you guys just listen to the people on the side that you want to listen to. We are not pleading a case. We come in here because we love Fairfax and we want to keep it safe and keep it Fairfax. And we don't need to be pleading a case to you. You need to be listening to us, the people who show up, the people who are online, and people who care, and just listen to what we want, not as the majority, not the 3 people who agree with you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Deb London again. Yeah, I do want to reiterate that the fiscal year ending 6/30/22, Colson's fee was 268 and then another 271 or something around those numbers. So that's before things really ramped up. So I'm really curious to see what those attorney fee numbers are going to look like at the end of this fiscal year. I agree, $225 an hour. I'm not sure I'm buying that. Once you add everything else on top of that, nobody works for $225 an hour. No attorney I know. And what Mark Bell said, how are you going to pay? There's so many costs associated with this. How are you going to pay to keep tenant and landlords' private information protected? The 2000 GLB, Graham Leach and Biley Act says when you pull consumers' information, you have to advise the consumer how you're going to use it, how you're going to store it, how you're going to protect it, and it requires a disclosure. How are you going to do that? I mean, it's going to cost a lot more money and red tape and Michelle's time and Christine's time. So we want to know what this has cost so far. We want to know what the implementation will cost, and we want to know what it's going to cost tenants, how this trickles down to our renters. And please provide this information clearly, concisely, because Mallory's right. There's a lot of this that feels it's never transparent with you guys. We need transparency. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Zoom.
Yes, there are 4 raised hands, and the first speaker is Susan Malloy, followed by Deborah Benson. Susan, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I want to say that the benefit of spending and having an implementation plan is largely for the tenants who need this protection. And it's also a benefit to landlords so that everybody knows what their rights and responsibilities are. Many jurisdictions finance this by having a small fee on landlords to register their units. And I believe that the state or the county of Marin, maybe in the unincorporated areas, requires landlords to register their unit. So it's not, so foreign to us all. And finally, just simple things will make a big difference. I know I was involved in the 1979 rent control campaign and implementation in San Francisco. And they did a nice little foldable brochure that anybody could pick up, which was both in English and Spanish. And it outlined rights for tenants in English and rights for tenants in Spanish and where to contact for more information and help. And that was a very valuable thing and not expensive at all. So I do encourage you to go ahead with implementation and realizing that a lot of the financial costs will be raised through the registration, and look at who it's going to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Sierra. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to point to a rule of order. Mayor Petrano made a disparaging remark on Mr. Salaveri's presentation. Instead of welcoming him to make the presentation, he said something to the effect of "give your speech." That wasn't okay. We didn't used to be like this. We were like, we used to be argumentative. We were all in the same boat. We got along. And this is not the Fairfax that I have known for 30 years. And I'm really sad about it. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish Salin, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
So, Fairfax is already unrecognizably not Fairfax. It's been a long time. Anyway, I'm just not even going to go there. Talk to anybody that's been here for 50 years about we're pretty lucky to live here. It's a beautiful place. Mortgages affect everyone. High rents and mortgages affect everyone. Someone said it's like, what's going on only affects like 2 people. That's not entirely true. We're all affected by it, whether we're renting or whether we're paying a mortgage. It affects all of us deeply. And nobody's kids can stay here, or few, really. Effectively, nobody's kids can stay here. There are very few young people. It's mostly gray hairs and old folks. So it's like, you have kids and you got a family and whoops, they're gone. Nobody here but us now. It's kind of a drag in some ways because, youth are the life of the community. I support rent stabilization. A lot of landlords do. And it should be equitable, and I'd like to know what the real costs are. And another issue is, what about those costs? It's like, if it's $200,000 a year, I don't know if that's what the number is, but what is that per parcel? What is each rental parcel going to have to pay to come up with that 200,000? Is it coming out of the general fund or what? And will those costs be passed on to the tenants? Will they be borne by the landlords alone? Will they be borne by both? Is there a way to recoup all that? Are you basically putting the cost of all this on the landlords? And how is that equitable, or how is that balanced? We live in an expensive place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer. And PJ, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I too am in favor of greater fiscal transparency and disclosure. One thing I noted was curiously absent from the description of the petition and the petitioner's comments was first an estimate of the cost of such a financial audit and putting together such report, so that everybody with a great concern on how the town is spending its resources can decide whether or not that additional cost is worth the amount of additional information we'd get back. Part of fiscal responsibility and good governance of finances is understanding the cost of additional information and reporting before you undergo it. I know I read through the town budget and all these financial reports, and clearly a lot of time and effort is put into them. And there is a ton of information in them. Sometimes it takes more time than I would prefer to weed out. Sometimes I too have to email and make a public record request for more information. But at the end of the day, we're getting the information that we're looking for. And if people really feel like they need more information here, that's a fair point, but the town should understand how much each individual extra step should cost for that. Just as, we can't just cherry pick what parts of the town we want a, microscopic financial audit of. We're not asking the town to account for the cost of every minute spent on people who speak over their 2 minutes a lot of time, or deal with the same petitioners and the same comments over and over again, because we already have a good understanding of that. Last few seconds, just want to note that the town attorney rate really is a huge bargain. Attorneys 4 months out of law school in New York in 2015 were getting billed at double that rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, that's
All right.
it.
Excellent. We'll take it back to the dais here.
Before we do that, Mayor,
Oh, that's right.
it's well past 10. It's 10:30. So we need to review the agenda to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Bless you.
Thank you.
I believe we should continue on, and we can.
So is that a motion to?
Yes, I'm sorry. That was so verbose. I make a motion to continue on.
I'll second the motion to continue without any changes to the agenda.
Great. Okay. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Can we get a vote? We have 10 o'clock.
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes, all ayes.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So couple quick things. Thanks to everybody for the comments. I think one of the things I really wanted to clarify too, because in the presentation, there were a lot of different numbers and figures that were, potentialities or were thrown around. And I think it kind of gets confusing, given that a year ago we were trying to figure out, like, as a subcommittee, what the costs might look like. Mentioned at the last meeting that the less than 3 people petitioning in prior years figure, that was a figure we created. That wasn't a real figure. And we told you that was misinformation, and you unfortunately continued to spread it online. We have emails of people asking about that number. And so we have to kind of clean up after that. It was brought up again this evening. So it's a little discouraging that we try to share information to the best of our ability, and it, instead of actually using the information, it goes unused, or it falls on deaf ears. So really disappointed about that, but I hope that everybody listening, for what it's worth, understands that when we were trying to bring these ordinances originally, we were trying to determine what the costs might be, both in Fairfax, but also what they've been in other communities that have implemented rent stabilization or just cause, so that the community and the council and staff would have a clear sense of, what those numbers might be and what the assumptions might be that were the foundation for those, projected numbers. And the goal was to have something that included a fee, as Ms. Malloy mentioned, which is sort of the par for the course for these sorts of programs. But while the fee may in part or in whole be passed on to a tenant, at the same time, it in theory would cover the full cost of the program. So those were some of the things, like, well over a year ago, that we were discussing, and those numbers were all just being created. We were trying to get a sense of that the 2 to 3 petitions that would come before the council as the board, not the Berkeley Rent Board, but the Town Council of Fairfax as the appeal board, and trying to understand, a couple steps away from that, getting all the way to the appeal board, what are the number of people that might reach out to staff? What are the number of people that might reach out and get to the hearing examiner level? So we were trying to aggregate information from around the state to figure out at each of those steps in the decision tree for how someone would move through, either a landlord or a tenant. We were trying to figure out what is the best possible assumption that we could come up with so that we could bring that to the town council and the community back in, say, July of last year. So that's where some of those numbers came from. Yeah, please.
Can I just piggyback onto that? Yeah, I really want to make sure that that's clear. And if it's not, I'm happy to meet with anyone. But like the mayor said, we looked at all of the jurisdictions that we had data available for, and we projected using the data based on controllable units, all of that. And it's not factual. That 3 is a projection. It's not past data, it's a projection. And I would really like to capture for the record and let the minutes reflect that that data point is false. And I would appreciate, as I said in my statement, moving forward, we use facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sounds good. So with that being said, I think it's great that we got an initial hourly cost from Janet. Philip and folks who came to the farmers market obviously took the conversation seriously, had conversations with staff, tried to start to get the numbers that, again, show up here for this agenda item. But Janet, I was wondering, have you been able to calculate the numbers for you and your colleague or colleagues at BBK to give us an estimate tonight for legal up to this point?
Yes. So first off, that is the rate. 225 is the general rate. For specialists, the rate is 295. These are in the contract. The contract is a public record. Please understand, we are public agency attorneys. We are not private sector attorneys. Yes, the rates for private sector attorneys are much higher, but in Marin County, I believe the rates for municipal public agency attorneys, general work, not specialist work, range from about $250 to $350 an hour. So we went back and looked. I worked with one of my colleagues who has some experience in rent control. And so her rate would be $295 an hour. My rate is $225 an hour. I worked also with another associate whose rate is $225 an hour. And together from February, March of last year, all of calendar 22, and to July 31st of 23, together, the 3 attorneys have billed about 22,000 hours of
$22,000, you said?
$22,000, excuse me, $22,000 worth of work. We did have one question about CEQA. There was a specialist of $295 an hour rate. So a question on CEQA. but I think that's probably less than an hour, probably half an hour or so. And I'm looking to see if there were any other types of questions that used any other specialist attorneys or anything. But you have to understand that I'm here at meetings all the time anyway. And so it's not really possible.
Incremental.
I'm sorry.
It's not incremental.
Right. And so it's not really possible to say, well, you know, for that meeting, I spent X amount on rent control. It was just the general, you know, $225 an hour to be at a meeting that lasted 5 or 6 hours or whatever it was. And so, but anyway, that's what I have come up with, 22,000 for all of last year and through July 31st of this year. It may be just slightly higher than that if there are other things that I need to go look to see if we did. But I consider that to be fairly nominal. If you would like to understand what majority of my time has been spent doing, it's housing element and planning commission items and CEQA related to the housing element and that sort of thing.
So thank you. Yeah. And I think that was between losing a planning director and then the housing element and managing consultants and stuff. I think the council and the public at large are generally aware of the increase in the cost of BBK's legal services associated with some of these major once in a decade, kind of projects. One of the questions I have is a follow-up, because I recall when we were trying to get as a subcommittee, we were trying to get some legal support back in late July or early August of last year, before it had come as a first reading. One of the concerns that you had is because the council had not decided to go forward with the ordinance, that we shouldn't be spending legal services or, spending any legal dollars associated with it. And so we didn't actually have the sort of legal support that we thought we might in August of last year. And so I guess a question would be, you mentioned from March of last year through July of this year, but really that 22,000, am I understanding correctly, it was predominantly once that ordinance came to council and council decided to move forward, that's where the legal costs picked up. And those legal costs also capture your work with Legal Aid Marin, or your associates work with Legal Aid. Okay. No.
Yes. And also understand also that we didn't draft this ordinance from scratch. And so it came as a model ordinance. And so that took off a big chunk of what would otherwise have been necessary to do, to go look for other models, to look at other places. We had a model ordinance that came to us.
Are you still going?
On that one, on the legal stuff, those are all my questions. But if others, please jump in. I have another question for Heather.
I guess I would just quickly point out, in general, in this discussion, that at this point, we're talking about the money that has been spent on creating these ordinances and discussing the ordinances, and in some cases arguing about the ordinances, and now tonight amending the ordinances, that and discussing an initiative petition regarding the ordinances. That's all what you would call startup costs. That's like buying a car, the cost of buying the car. That would be different from the cost of operating the car, which would be what it would cost. And it would seem to me that would be what would be the more interesting question. And we don't have the answer to that question. But as you alluded to, we thought a lot about that, and the subcommittee thought a lot about that and presented it to council as we discussed them, what the projected ongoing cost of implementation would be. We haven't done the implementation yet, so we only know projections. We don't know actuals because we haven't done them yet. But that would seem to me to be an important distinction for people to keep in mind, that there's two different things we're thinking about. One of them will go away eventually. We'll be done creating the ordinance, but the other one is the ongoing cost.
Yeah, right. I really appreciate that comment. I look at it similarly. It's standing up a program right? And there's those initial costs and then there's the ongoing. And we did have at one point an offer from MCF to contribute to the cost of standing up the program. I don't know if that offer is still on the table, but I also wanted to confirm with the council and staff that I'm not aware of any hired consultants, vendors, or facilitators. Maybe vendor, you could consider Legal Aid of Marin or Berkeley, but the facilitator was funded by the county for the
Workshop.
thank you for the workshop. And I'm not aware of any hired consultants. Is anyone else?
No, and remember legal aid offered to do work
For
with
free
no
for the
cost
first
for
year.
the first 18 months, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And
I'd appreciate it if that were captured for the minutes as well. Thank you. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
We need to get the facts documented.
Okay.
There were no consultants or facilitators funded by the town.
okay. And so I think Councilmember Ackerman and Councilmember Hellman, your comments about the startup costs and the implementation costs, I think are in alignment with what has been asked of us in the petition. And actually one of the speakers brought forward the point about the budget that we passed in July that had not money set aside, but was an attempt by staff to at least describe or project what some of those costs might be, a refined version. Can you speak to that, Tom Andrew Abrams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So as you recall, we didn't know, and even to date, we don't have a resolution that would authorize spending funds on implementation. But I did attempt to make some estimates for the budget so that you would have that full transparency. And so it's actually on our website. You can go to the search portion and look for the budget, and that's the first thing that comes up. And then it is on the paper copy, it is page 27, but it is page 44 of 143 in the PDF. And what you see at the bottom of the page is an estimate that I did based on reaching out to the most prominent registration platform company, that is 3DI, and they gave me an estimate of about $25,000 for setup costs and then an annual cost of about $25,000. So there's a one-time setup costs and then ongoing. And the reason I selected that is because the county does have a system in place, and they feel it's less expensive, but it also is less standardized across all of the cities in the US that have programs. And then the next one was an estimate of staff. And I don't have an exact cost of that because obviously we don't yet know how much staff is needed there. I did speak with a service that provides sort of a warm line, if you will, for both landlords and tenants to be able to ask their questions, get some sort of preliminary advice, and even make connections between the two so that they would actually, if you were a landlord saying, my tenant is saying this and I think it's wrong, or if you were a tenant saying, I was given a notice with this increase, does that meet our ordinance? They would talk you through that whole process. And I was given an hourly rate, and then I guessed maybe 200 hours a year. I don't know if that's a good guess or not, but that's what I guessed. And then Legal Aid of Marin, we do have an agreement with Legal Aid of Marin, but it states $0 for the first 18 months. And then we we really don't know, what that would be in the future, but it won't be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can guarantee you that. And then the draft contract that we were working on with the Berkeley Rent Board, which has experience in this and can provide those kind of services. The estimate
Just
at
to
the time
clarify,
was
that's
40,000.
only for the hearing examiner.
Yes, that's
There's
right.
a lot of confusion because we keep talking about the Berkeley Rent Control Board, and the Fairfax Town Council would be the Rent Control Board. It's only the hearing examiner, correct?
Yes, that's right. And that's very important clarification. So thank you. And then the last one was the mailings.
And what was the
any
hearing examiner cost that you estimated?
estimated $40,000 annually.
Okay, thank
And that would be a not to exceed. And at the time we were working on that, that was to be an hourly, not to exceed 40,000. So it may be less. And then mailings, enforcement, office furniture, supplies, if we would need it, another person, then we would have to budget for that. But I don't know what that is now. So I just listed that to make sure we were all thinking about all of the aspects of what it would take to implement this program.
It's not just a salary. I mean, there are a series of costs that are bundled together to actually do the thing well, if at all, right?
Yes.
So one other question. I know Larkspur just passed some ordinances, and town of San Anselmo started having workshops. I know the town of San Anselmo already went through the process of creating a rental registry, essentially, because they have a digital business license program. So all of the housing providers were able to register via the digital business license program. Is that the same thing as like what 3DI essentially provides? And do we feel like knowing what other communities are doing, those costs might change, or there might be able to be shared services to bring costs down?
We did look at the possibility of working, for example, with 3DI on one license for multiple jurisdictions. What that requires is that our ordinances would be pretty well aligned, and at this point, we're not there. For San Anselmo, yes, they have a much more robust business license registration, which captures much more of the rental properties, but what their service or what their that business license registration currently doesn't have is some of the functionality that you might have with 3DI or a similar service where, the landlord could click a button to say, I want to request an exemption for this, or I want to ask for a hearing for a different rent increase rate. Those kinds of things are not currently in their system. So those are some of the differences. And similarly with the county system, they have a just cause eviction program only right now. So the rent aspect would have to be built.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, so the county's just cause eviction is the one like we did in 2019. So it's very different than what we had before us. But the other piece of it is, even if we had a business license, online registration, I don't know what San Anselmo does, but it's my information that you're not required to have a business license if you have 4 or less units. So in Fairfax. So we have, I think moving forward, there is not going to be alignment in the near future with anyone. So I think you found one group that can probably handle what's needed, and 25,000 startup costs and 25,000 annually does not sound bad if they could actually deliver all that's promised.
I would agree.
Can I ask, so, the San Anselmo has a system, the county has a system, granted they have different functionalities and different depth of ordinances that they're dealing with. And then you have this system that I guess is made specifically for rent stabilization and just cause implementation. Are you aware of any of these three different groups having any issues with data security?
I'm not aware of data security issues with any of those three groups. For 3DI and the system that San Anselmo uses, which I believe is Avenue, those are, very robust. They're being used by local governments throughout the United States, and there would be, within the contract, specific protections for all of that data. For the county system, it's built for them by the county's IT department, essentially. So I'm sure they're aware of that, but I can't speak to that in the same level.
I just want to, having worked on cybersecurity for the state, and we know that governments in particular are very vulnerable. And I think we would definitely need to look into what kind of security they do have, because it would have personal information on it. So, there are attacks every day. And when I worked in the state, I was working with some folks who really knew cybersecurity, and the state was asking for all this stuff. Meanwhile, the state was hacked constantly. So, it's a difficult problem. And so hopefully 3DI has something very secure. Thank you.
If there are no other comments, I guess the only thing that comes to mind, which was a suggestion that was made, is if there were any firmer estimates that came to the council and to the public, makes sense that they would come if there were a resolution that came for implementation, but I don't see any reason for you all to go off and come up with estimates and not, if it were to bring it forward, but not to bring it forward to actually consider it. So, yeah.
Yeah. I will point out, estimates can change until we get under contract or we get approval for that. So, that makes sense to me.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just one thing I'm wondering, I took notes. I've read the budget. I'm just wondering if we could write all this out, on one piece of paper. Maybe we have it as something on our follow-up as a consent item. And I think another point of clarity is our staff do not bill on a project basis or a 10-minute basis. So we don't have the information, but it sounds like what you've done as far as trying to come up with an estimate of what you think staff time would be is talking to folks who do this kind of work. So we're not going to have the level of detail that I think people are hoping for. So I just think it would be good if we wrote all this out about, we've had no consultants or vendors that are paid. The workshop facilitators were paid by the county through grant money, and restate the budget items. So let's just have it on one piece of paper so that to the extent we can, this is as clear as we can make the information right now.
That's doable.
Sure. Okay, great. All good. Good to have it all in one place. So thank you. Yep. Yeah, let's do a quick restroom break and then we'll come back and finish the consent calendar and adjourn. So let's move on. We just concluded the regular agenda. We're moving on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council member or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment for items on the consent calendar happens all at once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once. So with that, we will I'll ask my colleagues, anyone have any questions on consent?
I just wanted to throw out thanks to primarily Jody Timms, the chair of the Climate Action Committee, on item 10 to put together the report. This was the annual action plan from last year and how that worked out, and then the annual action plan from this year, which the committee worked on. But putting that report together and really putting it all in the format that it's in the packet was a volunteer effort. That whole committee is a volunteer effort, and I just wanted to throw out a shout out for that report.
Thank you for that. And in a similar vein, I want to give a shout out to Vice Mayor Kohler for working on that age-friendly strategic plan implementation scorecard and working with the age-friendly task force folks. It's quite comprehensive. There's a lot going on in that document. So it was a pleasure to read it over the course of my Labor Day weekend, all 3 days, just for that one item. Sorry. Anyway, just kidding.
You mean that 38 pages was too much for you?
It was a pleasure. So thank you for your leadership on that. It was really great to see. And then also, I just wanted to give a shout out to our Public Works Director. It's his 1-year anniversary working at the town already. Feels like that went by pretty dang quick, but yeah. So yeah, that's great on that. And with that, we'll open go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. A couple of council members noted that there was a mistake in the May 19th minutes, a big one.
Yes.
That was my fault. I used a template, an old template, and it had former council member Renee Goddard in the roll call. It should have been Council Member Blash. My apologies, Council Member Blash. The rest of it was fine. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, it had that Councilmember Goddard was absent and it didn't include Councilmember Blash as being there.
Exactly.
I mean, kind of accurate.
There's a roll call and it gives list. And so Councilmember Blash was there and there was no Councilmember Goddard.
Yes. Great. One more quick question. I'll ask it now to get it out of the way. Item 16, the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan update. I think we already maybe talked about this a little bit, but I suspect there are a bunch of roads and things related to land movements and all sorts of things. And I just wanted to check if Bolinas Road and Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, given the experience with land movement on Fairfax Bolinas Road and then the subsidence sinkhole issues on Sir Francis Drake, are those going to be captured in that plan? Is that something we can cite moving forward?
Yes, indeed. And so Lauren has been doing a lot of work to update that hazard mitigation plan and also list all of our areas of issue, which, as you know, Fairfax has quite a few areas of concern.
Just one other clarification. I had asked beforehand what the date was to complete that, and Mark got back to me that it's the end of December 2023 to complete this 3-year update.
That's correct, and they're on schedule to meet that deadline.
Thank you.
Excellent. With that, we can open the consent calendar for public comment, or comment on the consent calendar, I should say.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I'd like to have you pull item 10 and item 17. I think item 10 needs to be pulled because it seemed to me there's sure is a lot of fluff in that. And I think we really need to revisit exactly what is going on with our climate action coordinator and his actions for the past year. As far as 17, we're looking at having spent over $1.2 million on a housing element update. 611,000 was given to the first firm, and they had a contract for, I believe, initially 520,000 to come up with a completed housing element to be sent to the state. They were dismissed about a year ago. According to our new firm, they had done less than 20% of what was needed to finish, whether it was their fault or whether there was too much shifting in direction for them to complete it. Still, they were given 100,000 over. We have a new firm, and it seems I finally saw a copy of their report. Seems like they didn't do a particularly great job either. So I think that we need to pull this. I think it needs to be discussed in front of an audience of citizens. I don't think putting it on the consent calendar is a responsible action in any way, shape, form.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Consent calendar, way too many items on this. And I'd like the town attorney to provide guidance here, but it's my understanding, having spoken with other jurisdictions in Marin County, that when somebody asks to have, when one single person from the public or at the council asks to have a consent item pulled from the consent calendar, it has to be pulled. Has to be pulled from the consent calendar and put at the end of the calendar or heard another time. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not subject to your policy or your discretion. So I'm asking again, as I did in open time, for you to pull items 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, and 18 and have them heard when the public is here with a full presentation of these costly, very costly items. I can continue with the last 45 seconds or so on some of these, but each of these items deserve 2 minutes from each of the people that asked to have them pulled. If you do any different, unless I'm misunderstanding things, and please correct me now if I'm wrong. The attorney is here, but I think I'm right because I've double checked with other jurisdictions. So either they're wrong or you're wrong. So I'll start at the back, the most important thing, and then I'm going to come back for each one for 2 minutes time. I've got 15 seconds here. The HCD report, this is disingenuous to the public. You've been dragging us through the rent control thing and not paying attention to the housing element and not letting the people speak about the housing element, and you're spending tons of money on it. I'll continue later.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Town Council. I would also like to request, which I know you won't, that you pull 15 and 17. As for 15, in the past, I've offered to give you my bridge for free, at which time it was estimated $4 million that the state was going to pay the town of Fairfax $200,000 to administer the grant. But the quote that came from the council was, no, it might help me. But more specifically, and I will take my full time on item number 17, because it false narrative that you've been given to the town. And the reason we exceed, I believe, 1.4, not 1.2, is because of input. And Barbara, I will call you out on this, always changing and excluding my property. So I'm going to read this letter that came from the HCD that your staff report said was attached and it wasn't. Dear Heather Abrams, thank you for submitting the Town of Fairfax draft housing element received for review on May 15, 2023, pursuant to Government Code 65585, Subdivision B. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, is reporting the results of its review. Our review has facilitated by a telephone conversation on June 29, 2023, with you and your consultant, Andrew Hill. In addition, HCD considered comments from Yimby Law, Greenleaf Alliance, David Kellogg, Michael McIntosh, Jenny Silva, and one anonymous individual pursuant to Government Code Section 65585 Subdivision C. The draft element addresses many statutory requirements. However, revisions will be necessary to comply with State Housing Element Law, Government Code 65580. The enclosed appendix describes the revisions needed to comply with State Housing Element Law. As a reminder, the town's sixth cycle housing element was due on January 1st, 2023. As of today, the town has not completed the housing element process for the sixth cycle. The town's fifth cycle housing element no longer satisfies statutory requirements. HCD encourages the town to revise the element as described above, adopt, and submit to HCD to regain housing element compliance.
Thanks, Michael.
No, rather than read the rest of this, now
Yeah.
I'd like to point out for the general public, this town had a meeting with HCD on Friday. I came to the town hall asking to be a part of that. And quite frankly, I am that person that requested HD to come out and review the different sites that you said you had opportunities when you were in fact recycling 27 parcels from prior housing elements. I was excluded from that meeting. And when I tried to speak to it, I was told it wasn't their meeting to invite me to. And I asked your planning director. So I got to tell you, bad form. Are you so scared of the general public telling the truth to HCD when they request HCD to come up here? The next time they come up here, I will be included in a meeting. But to exclude one of your constituents, and the reason, Barbara, I called you out, my property, which has the entitlements and has the infrastructure, could save this town in excess of $50 million for future bond for road utility improvements. I really think it's bad form that you guys just continue to try to exclude me. But those exclusionary acts are what's actually bringing the HCD to your door. So really consider your actions, because now you're putting these fines and the entire town at risk. And I've tried nothing but to make my town and my property a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker.
Deb London, I completely support everything Michael Mack just said. That letter, you act like everything's hunky-dory, you just want to swish it through with consent, but it was scathing. And you need to pull number 17 from the agenda, from the consent calendar. And also the age-friendly landlord thing, what is that about? It's not there, I don't know what's going on with that, but it's not very age-friendly to landlords. And the rent control and eviction. And the number 14, please pull 15. Please pull 14 that says nobody can get paid more than Heather Abrams. What is that about? That needs to be discussed. And pull number 10, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Oh, yes, there is one hand raised on Zoom,
Okay. We'll hear that.
and that is Frank Egger. And
All right.
Frank, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Ager, Meadow Way. I'm wondering if item 17 is going to be pulled. I would specifically ask that item 17 be pulled. But if it's not going to be pulled, when would be my opportunity to speak to it?
At a minimum right now.
So are you saying it will not be pulled at the even though it's been requested to be pulled?
I don't know what my colleagues want to do, but I have a question that I'm going to ask of staff related to this item at the conclusion of this, but I don't feel we need to pull it. So I'd rather you just speak on it now.
Well, it's really difficult to speak on it now. I wanted to hear the staff report, but I've asked that it be pulled from consent. That's for the record. There was a meeting with HCD staff last Friday with Fairfax, and I would like to know what housing sites were visited and what Fairfax Town Council members were in attendance at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll pull it back to the dais here. Oops, just demiked myself. So just a couple quick questions related to item 17. I don't think it's necessary to pull it, but my understanding was we've received a report from HCD with recommendations and that we will agendize at a upcoming meeting those recommendations and our responses to those things, or is that the correct understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is the update that will lead up to the formal agenda item where this will be discussed by the council and with the public.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great. That's helpful. And hopefully that's helpful for folks. I wasn't at the meeting on Friday. I don't believe any other council members were at the meeting on Friday, but can you confirm it was a staff meeting?
That's correct. No council members were there or invited. It was a staff level meeting to discuss with HCD those sites.
Was it an actual, sorry, I don't want to get too deeply into it, but I think it was a fair question. Was it like an in-office meeting, or did you all actually go visit sites?
Yeah, so we met at the office and then we took the HCD staff to several of the inventory sites. All the inventory sites are on our website in that list of inventory sites. So we wanted them to see. I invited them to, they were not responding to a complaint. I invited them to come and physically see Fairfax and its sites, because I think it was very helpful for them to see that the nature of the sites and the existing businesses where they might have, for example, said, you know, we're not sure that you could actually build housing there because there's an existing building. Some of there was an existing business. Some of those businesses are clearly sort of in a site that, you know, is temporary by nature.
I see. And so just to clarify a little bit further, the reason for doing it is there's scrutiny from HCD when we submit sites, whether they're recycled or not, and they're questioning the same way they question the number of ADUs that we project. And they say, we look at the past number of ADUs that you're permitting, and, you know, is it reasonable that you think you can permit twice as many ADUs or something? So they're doing the same thing with each of these sites, or some of the big sites maybe draw their attention or something. Could I request that when this does come to us for as an agendized item for the council to discuss and see the responses, would Andrew and Diet and Bhatia team be able to share which sites they took HCD to, or at least share a little bit more about the tour?
Yes, absolutely. So Diet and Bhatia right now are working on a matrix of all of the HCD comments, and then our responses to those comments. And that could include, you know, we went to this site, we went to that site, we noticed these things. And, you know, the feedback from HCD staff was that it was a very helpful tour. So I was gratified by that.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions on consent items?
Yeah, I just curious from what you're hearing from D&B and the meeting with HCD. Do you characterize the letter as scathing, judging from what other jurisdictions across the state have seen? I know I've seen a couple of letters, but I'm not as close to this as you are.
No, I do not characterize the letter as scathing. In fact, we've heard from Diet and Bhatia, who've done many of the,
Sure.
you know, other jurisdictions, both in Southern California and Northern California, that this was, you know, well within the expected range, probably a little better than we expected, both in terms of length and concerns.
Mhm.
And then yeah, I did actually write down a quote from the HCD staff that they didn't feel this was a hard letter. This was, you know.
Thank you. And I also looked up where we, just understanding the county landscape right now, and 2/3 or 8 of the jurisdictions in Marin are not adopted or in compliance right now. So we're among the 8, but we're certainly not an outlier. Thank you.
Lisa.
I just wanted to mention, as I've mentioned at other meetings, if people are really curious about where different jurisdictions stand, HCD does have a dashboard. And the last I looked, I think in the Bay Area, only 30% of jurisdictions had actually gotten their housing elements all the way through. So we're in good company here. This year, when I asked housing experts why it's so hard, they said they've just really changed the rules and everyone's struggling with it. And in fact, Southern California started before us and they aren't all finished yet either. So it's not just Fairfax.
Isn't it 60% of Southern California is still not finished?
I'm not sure because I don't pay as much attention.
And
to
that's
Southern
after
California.
like years of being
Yeah.
out of compliance.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Well, hopefully we can not, join that pack.
Can I
Okay.
ask one other clarifying question? We seem to have a lot of folks who feel that there is a different way of doing things. Janet, could you clarify how items get pulled from consent, that it's not just a policy on our part?
It's at the discretion of the council.
Okay, so based on feedback we hear, we may decide to pull things or not.
The majority of the council may or may not.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion to approve the consent calendar, all items.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Thank you. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Thank you very much. And Heather, sorry, sir, but we're moving on with the agenda. Thank you. You had the 2 minutes to speak on consent, and I would just recommend that any other comments you have, put them in writing. But
Claim my
thank you.
2 minutes that I'm
Sorry.
entitled to.
No,
You spoke for your 2 minutes. Thank you.
The consent calendar is one
I
item.
object to this meeting.
Consent calendar is
Thank
one
you.
item.
Thank you, Todd. Town manager's report. Anything to report?
I will be quick as I can be. So I just wanted to point out road projects are progressing, and that's very exciting. We did complete some slurry seal, and it was in coordination with the town of San Anselmo. So we were able to slurry seal Center Boulevard from town limit up to Pastore. So that's actually within Fairfax. I think that's important for people to see that progress. Of course, the scenic project is going on. We have a zoning special planning commission meeting scheduled for next week. That's very exciting as we're moving forward on the programs for the housing element. We have several police department staff at a Women in Law Enforcement conference doing professional development this week. So I'm very proud of them for doing that. The new HVAC system for this building, which will be electric and have both heating and cooling, is being installed next week. And so classes that are in here during the day. Thank you. I'm really excited.
Congratulations. That's
yes. That will happen. And then finally, Fairfax is participating in countywide events, including hosting MCC next or this month. So that's exciting.
great. Thank you. If there's nothing else, we're at the time for adjournment here. So we'll be adjourning in memory of Barbara Burgart Pearl and Diane Sherry Bright and John Hoff.
can I just mention that Diane Sherry Bright is Ted was Ted Bright's wife. He was sitting in front. Ted was one of the founding members of our Fairfax Open Space Committee and served for many years as our treasurer. And he and Diane traveled the world for many, many years. We always heard about their travels. So sorry to hear her passing and these other folks.
Thank you. And that concludes our business this evening. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.